Chapter 155. The famous Water God King of the Water God Temple. His array is still so powerful. Feng Yan's face sank when he saw the empty area. The smile on his face was very ugly. He didn't intend to increase the power of the array. Those who had dealt with the Water God King before knew that arrays were useless against him. Just by opening a safe area on top of another array, he had the strength to face many array masters alone therefore. He also knew that the appearance of the Water God Emperor had completely rendered their trump card useless. Apart from some special arrays that were unaffected by the isolation array, no one else could do anything to him. Damn it. Why didn't I receive the message that the Water God King had come to Yuyen's city? Feng Yan clenched his teeth fiercely. The seven-colored flame that was raging on his body was much more restrained. Today, with the Water God King here, this formation did not have much of a deterrent effect on the Gold God King and the others. If they were to use the sacred weapon formation, the effect would be the same. This sudden change really made him anxious. They did not receive the news of Yun Nuoxing's disappearance. Naturally, they did not know that the Gold God King had hurriedly called the Water God King over. While Feng Yan was at his wit's end, Yun Nuoxing had already imprinted the appearance of the formation into his mind. However, he had not analyzed it yet and only had a rough idea of it. It was impossible for him to use it like this. Only by analyzing it and completely understanding the composition inside could he try to use it himself. However, it was obviously not the time yet. He lowered his head and looked at Duan Yuntai in his hand. His soul power gushed out from his forehead and wrapped around Duan Yuntai. After a while, it finally stopped at a golden bracelet on Duan Yuntai's hand. Feng Yan couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. His soul power surged into the bracelet. However, when his soul touched the bracelet, it was bounced back by a force. A soul imprint? Yun Nuoxing raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but grin. Although Duan Yuntai was a 5th level immortal, his soul force was also at the upper limit of the 5th level immortal rank. Moreover, the latter had fainted and didn't resist. The soul imprint didn't have much defensive power. Yun Nuoxing removed the golden bangle and rubbed it on her palm. A wave of spiritual strength surged out like floodwaters. One could hear a slight cracking sound, and the spiritual imprint within the golden bangle was directly erased by Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing casually wiped off the spiritual imprint on the golden hoop. Her spiritual strength finally entered it without any hindrance. After a brief search, she clenched her hand, and an exceptionally thick, fiery red scroll appeared in a flash. Saint Seal Mantra. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the scroll. Then his gaze paused on the 3 golden words on the scroll. A blazing heat wave immediately spread out. Carefully opening the scroll, Yun Nuoxing roughly glanced at the introduction of this profound skill. His eyebrows slightly raised. He thought of the hand seals that Mu Qing and Duan Yuntai used. They were extremely powerful and could unleash the explosive power of the fire element to the extreme. If combined with a special flame and other profound skills, it could cause unimaginable damage to the enemy. A high-grade devil, rank, profound skill. The last seal can match the explosive power of a divine, rank, profound skill. If combined with the soul-burning art, I wonder how powerful it can be. Even in the sacred artifact Divine Palace, this so-called Saint Seal Mantra could be considered a rather high-level, profound skill. This point could be seen from the power that Duan Yuntai displayed when he used it. Condense and compress one's own energy and even spiritual strength to the extreme. In an instant, it can unleash an attack that is several times stronger than the original energy. Looking at one of the words, Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. No wonder Duan Yuntai could compress the fire element to such a degree. It was the effect of this profound skill. It could compress energy. He had to admit that it was a very strange, profound skill. He personally experienced the power of the brilliant fire seal. It forced him to use the divine light mirror to block it. Otherwise, it would be his turn to lie on the ground. With Duan Yuntai's strength at the 5th level of the immortal rank, the brilliant fire seal could unleash an attack that was comparable to the full power of a half-devil rank expert. He wondered how powerful the brilliant sun seal behind it would be. Looking at the back of the glorious sun seal, he could only see the word saint. There was nothing else, but there was an empty space. It clearly told others that there should be something written here. But why couldn't they see it? Yun Nuashing didn't know either, and now was not the time to study it in detail. They were still in a difficult situation. Withdrawing his spiritual strength from the golden ring, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Water God King and Feng Yan, who were still in a deadlock. He glanced at Duan Yuntai in his hand and thought for a while. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Elder Feng Yan, let's make a deal. Yun Nuashing suddenly laughed. He lifted Duan Yuntai by the back of his collar and shook him like he was a chicken. Feng Yan's eyes turned red when he saw how Yun Nuashing treated Duan Yuntai. Even his breathing quickened. Although Duan Yuntai wasn't as talented as the godsons and some of the most talented people in the sacred Weapon Divine Palace, his talent wasn't weak either. He could be ranked among the top of the younger generation in the Divine Palace. Calm down. The black-clothed old man patted Feng Yan's shoulder, causing him to tremble slightly. He nodded his head, and his violently shaken state of mind suddenly calmed down. At their level, it was impossible for their state of mind to be shaken by such things. Right now, they all needed to calm down. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yan looked at Yun Nuashing coldly and said in a deep voice, "Kid, why did you bring the people of the 9 divine palaces to visit my divine palace?" Hearing this question, Yun Nuashing could not help but be taken aback. Soon after, he could not help but laugh loudly, causing Feng Yan's face to tremble. After quite a while, Yun Nuashing said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "Old man, as a God King expert, you shouldn't be suffering from senile dementia or auditory hallucinations so early. Or are you close to the end of your life? Do you want me to prepare a coffin for you? How big do you want? Where do you want to be buried? You can choose any of the 4 origin regions in the Divine Prefecture." Why is your face red? Are you worried that my coffin won't work? Don't worry, my craftsmanship isn't a problem. The materials are definitely up to standard. I've tried it before. I can forge a 3rd level weapon. Even a Mortal Realm expert said that it's good. There's a 1% chance that it won't explode. There's no problem. May I ask if you want a jade gold coffin, spirit vine coffin, ice condensing coffin, fire rock coffin, thick earth coffin, or star coffin? What? You're not satisfied? Do you want to be cremated? That's not a problem. I recommend that you burn yourself. You can burn yourself from head to toe, from the inside to the outside. If you're worried that you won't be able to burn yourself to death, you can contact Senior Fire God King. I guarantee that he'll burn you to ashes. It'll save you the trouble of finding a burial place. It won't be fun if your ashes scatter. Bastard! This old man doesn't have time to joke with you. Feng Yan's brows twitched. He coldly snorted and stomped his foot on the void. A monstrous wave of fire covered the sky and covered Yun Nuashing. However, just as he stepped into the Water God King's array, the wave of fire no longer had any energy. Jin Jinwang gently waved his sleeve and a golden light shot out. It collided with the wave of fire and both were annihilated in an instant. "Sigh, old man, you're too impulsive. I'm not joking with you. How old is your daughter? Why don't you exchange your life for hers? Look, this Duan Yuntai seems to be a figure in your divine palace. His talent is not bad, and he will definitely become a god in the future. If he works hard, he might even become a god. Is he comparable to your daughter? Forget it if he's not good-looking. I'll find a way to refine this guy into a puppet that only listens to my orders and slowly cultivate him into a god. It seems to be a pretty good choice. When he reaches the god level, I'll let him go and flatten the sacred Weapon Divine Palace. I don't know how it'll feel to sit at the side and watch while drinking tea and nibbling on melon seeds. However, I still think that your daughter is better. Does she have a good figure? Does she have long hair or short hair? I have a very high aesthetic standard. Do you have a portrait? Just think about it. Yun Nuoxing's words seemed to have suddenly opened. She was like a torrent of water that flowed endlessly. Jin Jinwang and the others were sweating profusely. The beautiful woman and Xiao Xian were also a little speechless. Mei Mao looked at the former strangely. Why was this child, who was usually quiet, so crazy now, listening to Yun Nuoxing's nonsense? Feng Yan only felt his entire body trembling. His mind was in a mess of nonsense, and his snow-white eyebrows trembled countless times. Even the black-clothed old man at the side was somewhat speechless. So this brat was actually such a bastard. Why didn't he give others the impression that he was like this? Of course. If you think it's not enough, you can give me a divine artifact array, and I will consider it. Aya, if we keep fighting, you will lose no matter how you look at it. At that time, I will personally search your souls, find the array, and take out your treasures. Then I will take off your clothes, tie you up, and hang you on the city gate. At dawn, there will be people watching, and it will definitely become a joke in Yuyan City. It will be passed down for thousands of years in Yuyan City until the next era. At that time, the Divine Artifact Palace will also be proud of your existence. Generations of palace masters will talk about this matter with fervor and assurance, which seems to be a good picture. I just don't know if you will still be alive at that time, and if you have calluses in your ears. Do you have any calluses? Yun Nuoxing said a lot of things, which made everyone feel dizzy. This brat really dares to say anything. Even if he doesn't kill Feng Yan, he will probably be angered to death. You brat, don't go too far! The divine tool array is the highest secret of our divine tool array. It can't be leaked out. Feng Yan's face alternated between green and red. His shriveled fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white. Feng Yan roared with a trembling voice. However, he couldn't help imagining that scene. His trembling body became even more obvious. If I really become like that, I'd rather die. Oh, is the divine tool array so important? Is it more precious than this brother in my hand, this future god? Or is it more precious than your reputation? Could it be that a scroll of divine tool array can't replace the loss of your reputation hanging on the city gate? Could it be more precious than your daughter? Aya, as a parent, how can you be so heartless? Your own flesh and blood can't even compare to the value of a scroll of divine tool array. Didn't they say that family love is priceless? How can the human heart be described with the word cold? Your daughter is so pitiful. Why don't you let me take care of her in the future? I'll definitely raise her until she's fair and plump. She can find a good family to marry in the future and live a happy and worry-free life. Wouldn't that be great? Yun Nuoxing shook his head bitterly. Everyone was completely speechless. Feng Yan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. White smoke was rising from his head because of his rage. Not to mention that I don't have a daughter. Why do you keep talking about my daughter? You. Feng Yan's finger that was pointing at Yun Nuoxing trembled with anger. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering and his snot was flowing out. He couldn't say a word for a long time, and his eyes were burning with anger. Seeing this, the black-clothed old man couldn't help but shake his head. Not to mention Feng Yan. Even his state of mind would be broken if he were to face this ruffian. Elder, get out of the way! The sudden cry caused both parties to be stunned. They saw a dazzling golden light flash across the sky, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads. Majestic energy was being generated above their heads. That destructive aura caused the experts from both parties to be slightly startled. Their eyes hurriedly turned and looked in the direction of the golden light. However, this glance caused the faces of Feng Yan, Jin Jinwang, and the others to change. The former was slightly shocked. Then a hint of joy surged onto his face. However, the latter's and the other's faces were a little stiff. That was because they saw a giant golden sword that was 1,000 feet long slowly rotating in the golden light. The golden light condensed at the tip of the sword was a vast energy that caused the space to tremble. It caused Jin Jinwang and Yun Nuoxing to suck in a breath of cold air. Looking up, the two figures beside the sword's hilt appeared extremely sacred under the illumination of the golden light, as if they were gods that had descended to the mortal world. The green-clothed and gray-clothed figures were Mu Qing and Duan Qinghai, who had disappeared at the start of the battle. The two of them only came together at this moment, carrying a giant divine weapon that could threaten divine underworld experts. That scene caused Jin Jinwang to involuntarily swallow his saliva. "You go and I." The two pairs of eyes were directly locked onto Yun Nuoxing. Mu Qing and Duan Qinghai's eyes were wide open in anger. With a ferocious roar, they fiercely clapped their hands together, and a giant energy ring appeared. Then, the giant golden sword suddenly pierced towards Yun Nuoxing under everyone's nervous gazes. Chapter 156. The huge golden sword was like a streak of golden light that streaked across the sky. As the two of them bellowed out, it smashed down from the sky with astonishing ripples of energy. The terrifying gale created a huge crack in the ground below. Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could do anything, the space before him suddenly flashed. Afterwards, he saw a huge barrier of energy being constructed by Jin Jinwang and the others. "Ward!" the graceful woman called out. A speck of golden light suddenly flickered under her feet. Tremendous energy surged as the speck of golden light began to draw rapidly. In just a single moment, it had formed a profound and complicated golden formation. A golden barrier also stuck to the barrier constructed by Jin Jinwang and the others. Golden light flowed, and it seemed extremely tough. Of course, it seemed very similar to a Saint technique formation. However, Yun Nuoxing did not sense any ripples from the formation. He did not see any wide energy matrices on the outermost layer of the formation, so it was not a formation. It should be some wondrous, profound skill. A magical formation was made up of energy matrix lines, formation eyes, and energy lines that acted as a drawing board for weaving. Runes and runes would also be added to help the magical formation unfold. The most basic and most important energy matrix lines were used to determine the size of the magical formation that one was weaving. It was equivalent to providing a magical formation master with a drawing board to draw freely. However, Xiao Xian's formation did not have any energy matrices. It was only a formation in the end. It was not a formation. As soon as Jin Jinwang and the others' barrier took shape, the huge golden sword arrived unexpectedly. It stabbed into the barrier viciously. Immediately, the barrier created by Jin Jinwang and the others began to tremble violently. Wave-like ripples appeared on the surface, and a few thin cracks slowly appeared near the edges. When the violent ripples of energy appeared, Feng Yan and the others hurriedly dispersed the formation. Immediately, the sea of fire that had spread across the entire black formation vanished in just a few seconds. Feng Yan and the others retreated far away as well, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. The forbidden artifact was of an extremely high grade. Even a single ripple from it would be painful for them to be struck by it. Kacha! The faint cracking sound did not escape the ears of Jin Jinwang and the rest. Immediately, their faces turned slightly pale as they fiercely gritted their teeth. Metal elements continuously gushed out from their bodies and slammed into the barrier, blocking the terrifying energy. However, even so, the crack continued to spread at an impressive speed. "Didn't I just beat the two of you up once? Do you have to hate me so much?" Yun Nuoxing raised his head with great difficulty under the terrifying pressure. The dazzling golden light blocked his vision, but he could still vaguely see the two people 3,000 meters in the sky. Their eyes were filled with an indelible hatred, causing Yun Nuoxing's pupils to shrink slightly. He could not help but sigh. His mischievous smile slowly disappeared, and a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. Since you want me to die so badly, then I'll just kill you. How is it? Do you like it, John Doe? Suddenly, a voice filled with hatred rang in his ears, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. After carefully analyzing it, he realized that it seemed to be Duan Qinghai's voice. When you attacked us, we retreated to the depths of the courtyard just to prepare this unique gift for you. Mu Qing's resentful voice also rang out. In the Green Cloud restaurant, Yun Nuashing had humiliated him. How could he let him go? However, seeing that even Duan Yuntai was not Yun Nuashing's enemy, the two of them had no choice but to use this huge golden sword. This huge sword was a forbidden weapon, a high-level divine weapon. It could even severely injure a high-level god. However, a forbidden weapon could only be used a few times. Every time it was used, the life and power of the forbidden weapon would decrease. However, its value was that it could explode with power that would cause the enemy to tremble in fear in an instant. It's a good weapon, but I'm afraid it can't be used many times. Yun Nuashing glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, the forbidden weapon's attack could not be sustained forever. There was always a time limit. As long as the time was up, the moment the huge golden sword shattered, he was confident that he could use Ling Hong's sword to cut them in half. It's indeed not many, but it's enough to keep all of you here. Duan Qinghai sneered and slapped the huge sword's hilt with his palm, causing the power contained in it to become even more violent. The sudden increase in pressure made Jin Jinwang and the others' faces turn red. They could not help but let out a muffled groan. Their hands were pressed against the energy barrier, and their bodies were forced down by the huge pressure. Hey, didn't you want to kill me? I'm just a level 9 mortal. To you, I'm just an ant that you can crush with a flick of your fingers. Why do you have to go through so much trouble to use a forbidden weapon? Don't tell me you don't have the confidence to defeat me? Yun Nuashing said with a faint smile. You don't have to provoke me, John Doe. Even 6th Senior was defeated by you. We don't have the heart to defend our title. We just want to kill you. In this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Survival is victory. Mu Qing laughed loudly. His ferocious appearance made Yun Nuashing sigh. This guy had already fallen into his own inner demon. Once you fall into your inner demon, your state of mind will be shattered. Even if you don't care, you won't be able to live for long. Sooner or later, you'll fall into self-destruction. The beautiful woman also sighed at this time. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing, Yao Hua, and the others. She said indifferently, you have to take this as a warning. Success or failure doesn't mean everything. If you lose, you have to have the courage to admit it. As long as you follow your heart, you won't have to worry about not being able to make a comeback. Senior. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yao Hua and the others also engraved these words in their hearts. Haha, nothing matters anymore. As long as you die, 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 die. As long as I kill you, I'm still the same old me. Mu Qing threw his head back and laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with a demonic tyranny. He stared fixedly at Yun Nuashing. His ferocious appearance made it seem as if he wanted to skin her alive. The moment the barrier shatters, I'll do my best to protect you. If you have the chance, run away. You can just help me clean up the mess later. The beautiful woman suddenly spoke indifferently as she stared at the barrier that was close to breaking. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What nonsense are you talking about? The Golden God King suddenly turned his head and glared at the beautiful woman with his golden eyes. He angrily rebuked. They could still hold on. He didn't believe that a mere forbidden weapon could do anything to them. No, I'll hold on. Yun Nuashing quickly shook his head and reached out to pull the beautiful woman behind him. Without waiting for her to speak, he waved his right hand and the silver-blue Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand with a flash of light. The terrifying power of space caused her to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. I'm the one who requested to fight. Let me bear the consequences alone. I can't let Senior bear the consequences for me." As if she knew what the beautiful woman wanted to say, Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked at her solemnly with her pitch-black eyes. Her resolute look made it impossible for her to refuse. She placed her delicate hand on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and opened her mouth a few times. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, she could only sigh softly and shake her head. "Aren't we going to help?" The black-clothed elder from the sacred Weapon Divine Hall looked at the energy barrier that was about to collapse under the pressure of the giant sword. Terrifying energy flowed through his body as he turned his head to look at Feng Yan. It seemed as if the latter would attack at lightning speed and tear apart the last defense of Jin Jinwang and the others, giving them the final blow. "If I could help, I wouldn't have to stand here like a scarecrow." Feng Yan glanced at him indifferently. Then he looked at Mu Qing and Duan Qinghai in the sky. His gaze paused on Duan Qinghai for a while before he slowly moved away. He sighed and said, "Qinghai's attack doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. I'm afraid that if you rush in, you will be attacked by the forbidden weapon. Can you bear it?" The black-clothed old man was stunned when he heard this. Immediately he bitterly smiled and shook his head. He quietly sighed in his heart. 2 disciples with limitless prospects had turned into a devil, just like that. It was really sad and lamentable. Now let's wait quietly. We can't do anything. Feng Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. As he thought of this in his heart, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly lifted his head and turned his gaze towards the black-sealed space, which had not shown any activity for a long time. There was suddenly an unusual fluctuation being emitted from that spot. Is the winner going to be decided? Yun Nuashing also stared at the space. He suddenly became nervous. This was the first time Yishi had fought against a god after his level had dropped. It made him extremely nervous. In the distant sky, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the huge black spherical space. Black energy ripples spread out like water, and even the huge golden sword was affected. As the ripples spread out, the darkness in the spherical space quietly receded in a short while. The black formation also gradually faded. In the end, the space simply returned to its original state. Following the disappearance of the array that sealed that area, the black energy that had been sealed within immediately began to spread out without any restraint. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk when the golden energy that flowed around the huge golden sword came into contact with the black energy, it produced a sizzling sound. Afterward, Jin Jinwang and the others felt that the extremely strong pressure had actually dissipated by a lot. The energy barrier that was on the verge of shattering could finally be seen. The huge sword had made a dent in it. Only a tiny bit of the barrier remained at the point of contact. It could be said that this was the most dangerous moment. Seeing that the barrier was on the verge of shattering, Jin Jinwang and the others hurriedly wiped away their sweat. The energy in their bodies surged out without restraint. If Yi Shi's seal had not coincidentally dissipated and the black energy had not surged out, the huge sword would have already pierced them. What? Feeling that the forbidden weapon's energy had weakened by a lot, Mu Qing and Feng Yan were stunned. They raised their heads in shock and looked at each other. Then, a ruthless look surged into their eyes. Their hands quickly formed seals. But before they could form any seals, they heard a loud laugh. Too slow. The moment the golden light dimmed, Yun Nuashing was the first to sense it. The veins on her hand that was holding the Linghong sword bulged. Scarlet energy runes appeared on her body once again. The violent energy was filled with dense spiritual energy. The aura that suddenly increased shocked Yao Hua and the others. This power seemed to be close to the immortal rank. At this moment, a layer of illusory aura floated around Yun Nuashing's body. It seemed to be immortal qi. It was the mark of a half-immortal or immortal rank expert. Soul-burning technique, quadruple. Linghong sword, 3 swords in one, spatial rend. With a wild laugh, the Linghong sword in his hand suddenly slashed down at the huge golden sword. That extreme speed did not allow anyone to say anything. All they could see was 3 extremely fast silver-blue sword glows, seemingly connecting into one, just like a huge light screen. The entire area seemed to have turned silent in an instant. An instant later, Mu Qing's and Duan Qinghai's expressions abruptly changed. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed the frightening sword aura that covered the sky and covered the earth coming towards them from below. Buzz! Buzz! The empty space trembled violently at this moment. The moment the strange buzzing sound appeared, one could feel that the huge sword ray that was hundreds of feet wide had ruthlessly pierced through the empty space at a speed that far surpassed the speed of light. Boom. The silver-blue sword ray came quickly and left even faster. Mu Qing and Duan Qinghai's bodies were annihilated the moment the sword ray pierced through their bodies. Not even ashes were left behind. Crack. Bang. 2 terrifying cracking sounds were heard. Soon after, a wide crack suddenly appeared on the huge golden sword. The space that was pierced by the sword ray instantly turned into a pitch-black empty space with a cracking sound. The violent spatial fluctuations caused the forbidden weapon to explode with a bang. Puff! Yun Nuoxing's body stiffened for a moment. His face instantly turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Hongjian trembled as he withdrew back into the pattern on his arm. The scarlet energy rune also withdrew back into his body. A sharp pain that felt like a saw was constantly being emitted from his mind, causing him to have the impulse to tear his head apart. Damn it! I've exhausted too much of my spiritual strength. The sharp pain in his mind caused him to involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. However, this was his last desperate attack. Other than this, he could not think of any other way to stop it. Burn. Chaos. With a ferocious laugh, Yun Nuoxing endured the tearing feeling in his mind and snapped his fingers with his right hand. As he snapped his fingers, the sound turned into an invisible sound wave that instantly spread throughout the entire courtyard. Soon after, the white fog that permeated the air suddenly burned. The blue sea of fire continued to churn and spread towards the sealed space. The high temperature caused the surviving disciples of the sacred weapon divine hall to involuntarily howl. Chaos once again filled the place. Puff. After doing all this, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body also fell on his back. His blurry vision seemed to see the black energy quietly disperse within the serene blue sea of fire. 2 figures were also revealed. The petite figure even hurriedly dashed towards him. Chapter 157. The dissipating consciousness floated within the scarlet light. Within the light, an ice-cold aura seeped out and quietly fused with the consciousness. Just as the consciousness was about to completely condense, the scarlet light suddenly trembled and charged towards the formless soul. The consciousness that was condensing was also dragged into the soul. As the scarlet light charged into the soul, the speed at which it fused with the consciousness became much faster. In just a few minutes, the scarlet light suddenly became much brighter, and the ice-cold aura gradually weakened until it completely dissipated. Following the disappearance of the icy cold aura, that muddle-headed consciousness finally completely gathered together. A clear light spread, and that consciousness also slowly woke up. In the small, thatched cottage, a ray of sunlight took the opportunity to escape from the dense, dark clouds and poured in. It passed through the small window and left spots of light on the pile of straw mats. On the straw mats of the thatched cottage, a figure was quietly lying on it. At a certain moment, the golden light landed on the tightly shut eyes of the figure. The sudden descent of the golden light caused the eyes of the figure to tremble. Soon after, the figure rolled up his eyelids with great difficulty and opened his eyes. As he slightly opened his eyes, The dazzling sunlight disappeared in an instant. He shook his head, and memories surged in his mind like a tidal wave, causing his head to faintly swell. Sitting up from the straw mats, Yun Nuashing blankly scanned his surroundings and looked at the thatched cottage. He remembered that he had used his full strength to activate the Linghung sword and destroyed the forbidden weapon. He even set it on fire. She seemed to have finished her battle. He wondered who won in the end. Thatched cottage. When he thought of Yun Nuashing was suddenly startled. He straightened his waist and directly sat up. However, when he saw the unfamiliar thatched cottage, he was stunned for a moment. What happened while he was unconscious? He had already walked through the entire Yian city, but he had never seen the existence of such a thatched cottage. He shook his head and pushed the straw mats to the side. He hurriedly stood up and fixed his gaze on the interior of the thatched cottage. The thatched cottage was less than 20 feet in length and width. Other than a straw mats on the ground, there was nothing else in the cottage. It was very similar to those thatched cottages that were repaired deep in the mountains. Creak! Patting her head, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and forced herself to be more alert. She then walked towards the door. With a soft sound, the door of the thatched cottage was gently pushed open. Yun Nuashing casually walked out and finally saw where she was. This was a basin, and the thatched cottage stood at the highest point of this basin. Looking along the snake-like, winding path in front of the door, one could see the entrance of a valley, and beside the thatched cottage there was another path which just happened to be able to walk along this path to the steep cliff. A faint energy mist gathered in this basin, and the abundant energy made Yun Nuashing greedily take a few breaths. Looking at the two paths under her feet, Yun Nuashing scratched her head and walked towards the cliff. After a few minutes, she stood at the edge of the cliff. She lowered her head and looked down. She could see a pile of rocks inserted into the mountain below. Following the tracks, she slowly lifted her eyes and finally saw a path that had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed. It seemed to extend out from the mountain. Looks like this place is not in Yian City. Her gaze followed the path and looked into the distance. However, she could not see anything at the end of her vision. Yun Nuashing frowned. Just as she was about to turn her gaze, she paused. At the end of the horizon, she seemed to see something strange in the sky. A red sky? Scratching her head, Yun Nuashing lifted her head again. Her gaze pierced through the layer of faint energy mist. What she saw was a lazy layer of clouds. If they were ordinary clouds, it would not be a big deal. However, the problem was that these lazy floating clouds were silver. They were a metallic silver. They densely covered the entire sky and appeared to be very solid. What exactly is this place? A drop of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. Yun Nuashing fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was the first time she had seen such a strange place. The blood-red sky in the distance and the metallic clouds gave her a feeling that she did not know who had abducted her to this strange place. "Hey!" Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing shouted towards the basin. Her voice was so mighty that she did not know how far it traveled. One could even hear overlapping echoes. After shouting, she sat down cross-legged and looked around vigilantly. Spots of blue light quietly condensed in her sleeves. Her soul power gushed out from between her eyebrows and entered the Linghung sword. Finally, like a wave, it spread out in all directions. With the power of the Linghung sword, she could even find people who were hiding in the void. As long as they were not high-level gods who were good at hiding, no one could escape her detection. There's no one, however, after a long while. Yun Nuashing's eyes were filled with astonishment. She looked at the basin strangely. It felt as though she had been dragged here and then abandoned here. "If you don't come out, I'm leaving." Raising her voice, Yun Nuashing shouted towards the basin again. The sound waves turned into huge waves that covered every inch of the basin. However, there was no movement. "Let's go around. I'm not afraid of you." Seeing that there was still no movement, Yun Nuashing could not help but roll his eyes. Turning his gaze, he looked at the blood-red sky, nodded his head, and walked to the edge of the cliff. With a thought, the wind elements automatically condensed, blowing his windbreaker until it puffed up. She stamped her feet on the ground, and her body suddenly turned into a black arrow. She shot out from the basin and plunged into the energy fog. However, she went straight through it in a moment. Looking back at the basin that was covered by the faint energy fog, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and urged the wind elements to the extreme. Her 6 wings slowly spread out, causing the gale to surge even more. Her body was like a black eagle, and only a black shadow could be seen flying across the sky. This was a desolate valley. Withered trees and wild grass had fallen to the side. At the entrance of the valley, one could see some grayish-white mountain rocks. As one walked further in, those mountain rocks turned blood-red. It was the same color as the blood-red sky in the sky. The two seemed to be resonating with each other. At a glance, one would be able to see a stretch of snow white in the depths of the vast mountain valley. It was as white as snow, covering the entire land and extending over 1,000 kilometers. Regardless of whether it was the small mountain by the side or the flat ground, the eye-piercing snow white seemed to carry a chilling intent. If one were to look a little closer, that chilling intent would abruptly rise to the apex. That was not snow, but tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of white bones. An eerie chill lingered over this valley filled with white bones. The chill from earlier had added a lot of eeriness to it. On the ground, one could also discover that those short white hills were the skeletons left behind by some kind of huge creature. Within the valley, most of the skeletons seemed to belong to humans. Layers upon layers of skeletons covered the ground of the valley. One could not even tell how many skeletons were stacked on top of each other. As the cold and eerie wind blew past, one could seemingly hear a roar that was filled with resentment, causing one's hair to stand on end. How many people had died here? Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Many of the withered bones on the ground had already turned into powder. Some of them were still hard. From the white bone powder that covered the ground, one could determine that this place had existed for at least 10,000 years. The soaring, deathly aura had turned this place into a land of death. Looking at the mountain range there, it was like a huge grave, burying many unknown creatures. The sound of rushing wind could be heard from afar. A black figure approached from afar, accompanied by a wild wind. There were even traces of wind and thunder, appearing exceptionally loud in this silent death valley. In just a few breaths, he had arrived at the burial ground of white bones from the entrance of the valley. He could not help but stop when he felt the soaring, deathly aura. As he looked at the dense white bones below, a chill spread from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. Although I like to fly freely in the sky and on the ground, I do not have the hobby of visiting a land of death. The tragic scene in front of him made Yun Nuashing subconsciously pull his windbreaker. His strength of soul also slowly withdrew into his body, afraid that he would detect something that he should not have. In the desolate Death Valley, the white bone powder on the ground stirred up a white whirlwind because of the strong wind he brought along. The powder that seemed to represent millions of lives was actually wrapped up by the strong wind and flew out of the valley. The fluttering white powder also attracted Yun Nuashing's attention. His gaze followed the direction it was flying in, and he seemed to catch a faint hint of life between heaven and earth. At this moment, his eyes were dyed with a gorgeous color. As he looked in the direction the powder was flying, the 2 small arrays in front of him shrunk slightly. Yun Nuashing's field of vision also shrunk, allowing him to see extremely far away. He could even see a distance of several dozen li with a single glance. Furthermore, it was still extending into the distance. What he saw along the way was a deathly gray. Even the ground was black. There was not a single sound in the world, and there were no living creatures. Yun Nuashing saw a withered forest that had turned into a desolate mountain range. Occasionally he could see many white bones below. They were all of different sizes and were all badly damaged. Some of them were even scattering powder. That scene would make even a tall and burly man shrink into a ball in fear. The deathly aura is vast and mighty, and there is no sign of life within 1,000 li. Just how many people have died in this valley to create such a scene? The more he looked, the more he felt that he was floating in a terrifying place. Although the deathly aura was perfect, his soul did not sense any danger. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. His evil spirit eye continued to operate, sending his field of vision even further away. After extending his field of vision for an unknown period of time, Yun Nuashing felt a slight pain in his eyes. Only then did his evil spirit eye stop spreading. At this moment, his evil spirit eye seemed to be operating at full strength. His field of vision seemed to be able to see several hundred li, or even 1,000 li away. In his field of vision, there was a spot of green that was particularly eye-catching. It was very far away on the horizon, but it was the only different color in this desolate place. It immediately attracted Yun Nuashing's attention. A town. That rich life force was circulating in the air, resisting the deathly aura that was spreading over. It caused the latter, an existence that was far away from the source of energy, to feel a great resistance. It was actually blocked, and the place that could produce such a huge amount of life force, other than a town full of people, there was nothing else. The evil spirit eye slowly closed. When it opened again, it was a pair of excessively dull, pitch-black eyes. Yun Nuashing looked at the town that was 1,000 li away, then looked at the death valley beneath his feet. Finally, he looked behind him. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded. "Let's go and take a look. Since you want to play hide and seek with me, then I'll wait until you're anxious before going back. Staying in this place where the deathly aura is abundant is of no benefit to me." With a light snort, Yun Nuashing curled his lips. Looking at the town before him, he flapped his 6 wings. Bursts of wind and thunder resounded. The gale carried his body and quickly swept towards the unknown town, light essence still slowly condensing under his feet. Chapter 158. A streak of golden light flashed across the sky at high speed. Specks of golden particles dissipated in the air, followed by a terrifying sound of wind and thunder. 1 or 2 tiny bolts of lightning could be seen streaking across the horizon. The 6 wings flapped from time to time, stirring up a storm that pushed Yun Nuashing's body into the distance. The light particles entwined around his body increased his speed by several times. A distance of 1,000 miles would only take him a few minutes, or even less. If he wanted to, he could cover it in an instant. With the light element, the distance wasn't a problem at all. Therefore, 2 minutes later, he arrived at the place where his line of sight had stopped. In the distant horizon, there was a speck of green. It was the only vibrant color in this grayish-yellow world. Even standing dozens of miles away, he could lock onto it with a single glance. Huff! Touching his forehead, Yun Nuashing turned around to look at the place where he came from. The scene he saw along the way made him feel a lingering fear. Death, desolation, gray clouds cast by death energy, and white bones scattered all over the ground. Perhaps even hell wasn't as frightening as the scene. I feel like I've arrived at the 9th netherworld. Looking at the metallic clouds in the sky, Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. He couldn't be blamed for feeling this way. The boundless death energy was too unimaginable. Even if tens of millions or billions of people died here after tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, it should have dissipated from this world. The latest skeleton is also close to 6,000 years ago. Why is there still such a huge amount of death energy gathered here? Carefully recalling the land of death that covered 1,000 miles, Yun Nuashing had a doubt in his heart. He didn't feel any taboo energy, nor did he feel anything that could gather the death energy there and prevent it from dissipating even after 6,000 years. However, He wasn't sure if this was the exact time. He didn't and wouldn't rummage through the pile of bones. He only roughly looked at it. The closest skeleton to him was the jade-like, slightly petite one. It had already been dead for close to 6,500 years. The specific time difference shouldn't exceed 500 years. After some consideration, he concluded that it was 6,000 years old. If I didn't have the light element, I'm afraid I would have ended up like that. Yun Nuashing patted his chest and let out a long breath. The light element was yang and sacred, and Xian Yin had left a god's imprint in his body. The omnipresent death energy could hardly affect him, but if an ordinary person entered, it would be difficult for them to escape death. According to his guess, without the power of a god, anyone who walked into this dangerous place would die. Even a low-level god would be greatly affected if he stood in the center of Death Valley. Perhaps we'll have to find the answer there. Looking at the city in the distance, Yun Nuashing muttered to himself for a while before nodding his head. Light essence gushed out, faintly condensing under his feet. Just as he was about to rush towards the city in one breath, his complexion suddenly changed. A wave of chilliness rushed over, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Roar! Yun Nuashing turned his head abruptly and saw a black beast swooping down from the sky, roaring and pouncing towards him. Its 6 blood-red eyes revealed traces of brutality, and its ferocious mouth revealed a few rows of snow-white sharp teeth, causing him to shiver. If he was bitten by this thing, he would definitely not have a good ending. Scram! With an angry roar, the sky halberd shot out from his sleeve and was grasped in his hand. The brutal death energy pounced on his face, causing Yin Nuashing to frown. He tightened his grip on the sky halberd, and with a soft roar, he fiercely slashed at the black beast that was pouncing towards him. The sky halberd that was suffused with silver light cut through the black beast, but it instantly pierced through it. The ferocious face brushed past Yun Nuashing's face at close range, causing his complexion to change slightly. He turned around and held the sky halberd horizontally in front of him, only to see the beast that had been cut into 2 suddenly shatter into a cloud of black mist and then disappear. Just now, that was... Seeing the beast dissipate into a cloud of black mist, Yun Nuashing frowned and looked at the sky halberd in his hand suspiciously. When the halberd slashed across just now, it was as if it had cut through the air, and he didn't feel anything at all. Even if this divine weapon could cut through iron like mud, it shouldn't have been like this. That was formed by the death energy. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. In this country where the death energy reigned supreme, it was not impossible for the death energy that had been brewing for countless years to produce any changes. Even the birth of 1 or 2 strange creatures was understandable. I can't stay here for long. Sighing, Yun Nuashing turned around to look behind him, and didn't discover anything else. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. His soul power slowly gushed out, curling around his body, and he cautiously retreated. Only when he saw that the ground below had turned from black to a normal yellow color did his gaze become focused. He suddenly turned around, and with a flash of light element, he instantly disappeared from where he was. And with Yun Nuashing's departure, this black land once again fell into silence without a trace of sound. Yun Nuashing had already put away the 6 wings. He came out of the land of death, dressed in black, with the appearance of the 6 wings. No matter how one looked at it, it was frightening. In this unfamiliar place, it was better to be careful. He didn't want to scare people as soon as he entered the city. I don't know where this place is. Where is Yuyan City? I don't know if the purple night flames have erupted yet. F***CK, why am I so unlucky? Muttering in his heart, Yun Nuashing finally cursed. He was a little angry. He had waited for nearly a year in Yuyan City, and now he was thrown into this godforsaken place. Moreover, he didn't even know where it was. Right, the map that Xianin gave me. Suddenly thinking of something, Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted. He hurriedly stopped and searched the pendant with his sole power. He grasped his hand and took out the colorful scroll. He gently pulled it with his palm. But to his surprise, the scroll couldn't be opened. Moreover, no matter how much strength he used, it was difficult to open the scroll. The first time he used it, he could open it easily. This time, he couldn't even explain why he couldn't open it. He could only sigh and say, "Forget it! Things will break." This map is engraved with the power of space, and it's a precise spatial coordinate map. I'm afraid it's easy to break. That's right, that's it. With a bitter smile, Yun Nuashing put the scroll back into the pendant. His eyes locked onto the city. The light element flashed again, and he hurriedly rushed towards the city in the distance. Because he wasn't familiar with this place, Yun Nuashing didn't dare to use the light element too much. He could only use it bit by bit. However, this was still quite fast. His black figure was almost pulled into a straight line, as if he was going to blend into the horizon. The towering dark green city wall was particularly eye-catching. It was full of vitality, as if infinite vitality was flowing within. On the sparkling and translucent walls, specks of green light were rotating on the surface. It looked indestructible, as if there was a huge barrier erected at the border between the land of life and the land of death, suppressing the spread of death. Just as he approached this city full of vitality, he saw two figures riding two magical beasts rapidly approaching. They wore light green robes and looked very refreshing. Even the two magical beasts beneath them were covered in sparkling green armor. Faint vitality was circulating, as if everything in this city was related to vitality. "Forget it, I'll just fly over." After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing shook his head. He increased the output of the light element by a lot. His body turned into a golden ray of light and directly rushed between the two. Gee! A brilliant ray of light flitted between the two, causing the two green-robed youths to stare blankly. Just as they turned their heads, a gust of wind came from the front, blowing the two of them to the left and right. The two of them almost lost their balance and fell off their magical beasts. What's that? Ordinary people can't be that fast. The short-haired youth on the left stabilized himself on his magical beast and straightened his messy clothes. Then he frowned and said to the other person, "Who knows? If it weren't for the fact that someone sensed something abnormal in the 1,000-kilometer danger zone and called us out to investigate, I wouldn't have come out." The other youth rolled his eyes and said with some disdain, "The 1,000-kilometer danger zone has been quiet for many years. It's said that the last attack of the undead army was 1,000 years ago. After that, there hasn't been any activity in the 1,000-kilometer danger zone. I wonder if it's already quiet." The short-haired youth sighed. "Since it's quiet, why are you so nervous? Isn't it just some activity? Who knows if it's a mistake?" The other man snorted. He seemed to be very unhappy about being suddenly sent out. The ancient spirit, sacred metropolis, is adjacent to the 1,000-kilometer danger zone. It's the closest border city to the 1,000-kilometer danger zone within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. It's normal for the higher-ups to have such a reaction. You seem to have forgotten about the past records. Any one of the big guys that came out of the 1,000-kilometer danger zone can cause the land to be covered in corpses." The short-haired youth shook his head. Then his eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, "All right, stop complaining. We'll just look in from 10 kilometers away. Don't get too close. If we get too close, even the ancient spirit robes won't be able to protect us." "TSK, I know." "Really?" The other man shook his head and replied bitterly. Yun Nuashing naturally didn't hear the conversation between the two. At that moment, he had already landed a few hundred meters away from the city. He carefully approached the road outside the city from the side of the forest. He looked left and right, but he didn't see anyone. However, this was normal. This road led to the death zone. Who would walk on this road for no reason? Not everyone had the courage to walk on this road. He carefully looked at the tall, green city wall from the forest. The gate leading to the death zone was closed. There were rows of soldiers in green armor standing on the city wall. They were filled with an austere aura, adding some masculinity to this boundless life force. Since I can't go through this gate, it seems that I have to go through another gate. Looking at the tightly closed gate and the soldiers on the city wall, Yun Nuashing inwardly said. Soon after, he nodded and the light element brought Yun Nuashing to the bottom of the city wall. Soon after, he carefully stuck to the city wall and moved towards the other side. Just like a thief, he carefully moved along the city wall. He didn't move at all. Using the light element, he carefully controlled the distance. After turning the corner with great difficulty, he saw that the side gate was still deserted. He couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He could only strenuously move to the front gate. There's finally someone. Before he turned around, he heard a series of voices. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. This city was not considered small. He felt very helpless when he moved so close to the city walls. After turning a corner, he looked towards the city gate. Seeing that there were still quite a lot of people entering the city, Yun Nuashing finally heaved a sigh of relief. His figure flickered a few times and walked in an arc. After a few flashes, he blended into the crowd. As for the people who were walking, they only glanced at the person who had suddenly appeared. Then they turned their gazes away and continued chatting, pushing carts and riding horses. No one paid much attention to the person who had suddenly appeared. Yun Nuashing's soul energy quietly spread out. Yun Nuashing's ears perked up, hoping to hear some information about this unknown place in the God realm, about this land of death, and about this city that seemed to be guarding this land of death. What language is this? However, what made him feel like breaking down was that he couldn't understand what these people were saying at all. He could only hear the chattering of the people around him. Their voices sounded like human voices. They looked like humans, they walked like humans, and their auras were also human. In fact, they were humans, but they were speaking in a language that he couldn't understand at all. Isn't this terrible? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. However, it seemed a little too late to retreat now. In just a short while, he had already followed the crowd to the city gate. It was too late to retreat now. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He wasn't too worried. Looking ahead, Yun Nuashing saw a few soldiers standing in front of those people. It seemed that everyone who entered the city had to be checked. However, they only stared at those people in front of them. They didn't say anything, nor did they give any indication. After a while, they let the people who were surrounded in through the gate. Then they walked forward to block the people behind them. They stood there like logs for a while before letting them pass. Divine sense inspection? Soul inspection? Or what the hell? Yun Nuashing was completely confused. Just as he was secretly guessing, the person in front of him had already entered. As for the 5 soldiers, all of their gazes turned towards him, causing him to involuntarily raise his eyebrows. Without saying anything, he took large strides forward and walked into the encirclement of the 5 soldiers. After that, he stopped. Immediately after, he felt 5 types of probing energy sweep over his body. Only then did Yun Nuashing understand. The probing powers swept across every inch of his body, from head to toe, including the pendant on his body. However, they didn't drill into his body to probe him. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It wasn't a big deal for one person to probe him. However, with the strength of Yun Nuashing, he could ignore them. After a while, Yun Nuashing felt 2 probing powers disappear. The 2 soldiers standing in front nodded and made way. Yun Nuashing secretly heaved a sigh of relief and walked toward the city gate. Su'ala! Just as Yun Nuashing took a step forward, he heard an incomprehensible voice behind him. Then, 2 palms suddenly landed on his shoulders. His heart thumped. He couldn't help but laugh dryly in his heart. It seemed that something had happened. Chapter 159. Yun Nuashing chuckled bitterly in his heart when he felt the two strong palms on his shoulders. At the same time, he felt a little strange. He wasn't panicking, his breathing wasn't erratic, his gaze was normal, and his attire was normal. Even the two soldiers in front of him made way for him. So why was he stopped? He was confident that he didn't give himself away. When Yun Nuashing was stopped, the people behind him walked closer curiously. They stretched their necks and looked at Yun Nuashing and the 5 soldiers with different expressions in their eyes. The 2 soldiers who made way for them were also stunned. They looked at each other and felt a little confused. However, they thought that the other 3 might have felt that something was wrong, so they didn't say anything. Gulusi! Before Yun Nuashing could figure out what was going on, the person behind him continued to speak. That strange language made him completely confused. However, even if he didn't understand it, it didn't mean that others didn't understand it. When the strange voice fell, Yun Nuashing clearly felt the group of people behind him change slightly. However, he was still confused. However, those gazes weren't filled with hatred or as if they were looking at a treasure. It was more like they were looking at a monkey letting out a sigh. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw the burly man in front of him. His face was filled with impatience. His arms, which were as thick as 2 people's arms, were wriggling nonstop. His mouth was open, but no one knew what he was saying. As for the 2 people who were pressing down on his shoulders, their faces were ferocious, as if they would tear him apart in the next moment. At this critical moment, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something. He nodded fiercely in his heart. Then he looked at the burly man who had been staring at him and smiled slightly. He bowed, pointed at his ears and mouth with his fingers, turned around twice, shook his head, and finally shrugged helplessly. Seeing Yun Nuashing's gesture, the burly man was also stunned. He frowned and immediately seemed to understand. His large fist smashed onto his palm and emitted a clear sound. The impatience on his face also disappeared slightly. Immediately, he smiled and waved his hand towards the other 2. The latter also understood and withdrew his hand, which was placed on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. As the 2 huge palms moved away, Yun Nuashing felt as if 2 mountains had disappeared. He smiled bitterly. That force had almost crushed his bones. The burly man in front of him stretched out his palm, which was the size of a praying mat, in front of Yun Nuashing. Then, with a thought, a green energy slowly emerged from his palm. As soon as this green energy appeared, Yun Nuashing felt that the surrounding space was filled with vitality. The aura of life is a little like the wood element. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the burly man in confusion. When the burly man saw this, he gave a look to the other people. They understood and also stretched out their palms. Green energy rose from their palms like swaying flames. However, it wasn't the heat of the fire element that permeated the air. Instead, it was the aura of life. Looking around, Yun Nuashing saw the aura of life rising from each of their palms that made him feel refreshed. He realized that the color of the energy that contained the aura of life was different. Some of them were dark, while some were light. The color of the energy on the hand of the burly man who had spoken to him at the beginning was the darkest. It was close to the dark green level and contained more energy. After looking around, Yun Nuashing seemed to have realized something. He smiled slightly and slid his white palm out of his long sleeves. He stretched it out in front of the burly man. His eyelids drooped slightly, and with a thought, a pure, sparkling, and translucent dark green energy rose from his palm like a crystal. The rich aura of life from the wood element immediately spread out. It was like a green wave that swept through the space. The people dozens of meters outside the city gate could feel this majestic life force. They immediately raised their heads and looked forward, not knowing what had happened in front of them. Seeing such a pure aura of life, surprise appeared in the eyes of the 5 soldiers. As for the group of onlookers, their eyes flickered with a strange light. Yun Nuashing noticed these changes in their expressions. He seemed to understand that the wood element was very important in this place, or in other words, the aura of life. However, after thinking about it, Yun Nuashing could understand. Just a few dozen kilometers away, there was a death zone that covered a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Moreover, when he came out of the death zone, he saw a wild beast formed by the energy of death. The energy of death and the energy of life were two opposing energies. Using life to fight death was a good choice. However, at the same time, the enormous energy of death could also suppress the energy of life. Something must have happened in the past that made the people here value the cultivation of life. However, this was what Yun Nuashing guessed from their eyes and the death zone. He didn't know the specifics. After a while, the burly man finally came back to his senses. He coughed dryly and looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange gaze. He opened his mouth a few times, but in the end he bitterly smiled. He forgot that Yun Nuashing couldn't hear him, but he didn't dare ask anything. He quickly cupped his fists towards Yun Nuashing and made a please gesture towards the city gate. There was a hint of respect in his eyes, which stunned Yun Nuashing. He didn't want to waste any more time and cupped his fists towards the burly man. Then he smiled at the other four and slowly walked into the city. Seeing Yun Nuashing walk into the city, the burly man bitterly smiled and said, "Such pure life energy. Could it be that some upper-class person has come to the ancient spirit holy capital to explore the death zone?" One of the two people holding Yun Nuashing whispered into the burly man's ear, "Captain, what do you think?" "Don't worry about it. I stopped him because I couldn't sense his life force. I didn't think that this mysterious boy would have such a strong life force. People like him don't like people probing him. Besides, he didn't offend us. Let's just forget about it." The big man shook his head. "But Captain, how could someone with such dense life energy be disabled?" The person frowned. If his life energy was so pure, he could heal any injury with a thought. How could there be a scar on his body? Who knows? Maybe it's something he wants to engrave in his heart, a scar, or something like that from a battle, leaving a scar to remind himself. Didn't we have such a person in our team back then? He could grow a severed arm with just a thought, but he kept it for a few years, waiting for his revenge to restore it to its original state. The burly man pondered for a while and said, "Whatever. If something really happened, it's not something we can do about it. Let the big shots in the holy capital worry about it." Once he finished speaking, he waved his hand without waiting for the others to react. He turned around and cried out to those people who were still watching curiously. Immediately, the bodies of those people trembled. They hurriedly lined up and walked into the city, one by one. Yun Nuashing didn't know what the burly man and the others were thinking, and he didn't care. He was just a passerby, a tourist from a foreign country. He didn't know why he had come to this damned place and listened to the people around him talk in a language he didn't understand. Even the style of the buildings in the city was very different. At a glance, everything was bright green, as if he had entered a green country. This city has such dense life energy. Even the materials used in the buildings are related to the wood element. This should be related to the death zone. After pondering for a while, Yun Nuashing shook his head. This wasn't something he should be concerned about. He only wanted to know where this place was, where Yuan City was, and how much time had passed. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly. He looked at a very gentle-looking young man on the street and quickly walked up, stopping him and cupping his hands. The man was startled by Yun Nuashing's sudden appearance. After calming down, he saw Yun Nuashing gesticulating with all his might. He couldn't help but frown, but he didn't interrupt him. Instead, he just watched Yun Nuashing gesticulate. After a while, his mind became more and more chaotic. He couldn't understand what Yun Nuashing was gesticulating. The young man spread out his hands. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly in frustration. Soon after, his soul power gushed out, and he spoke to the young man with his divine sense. However, the latter looked at him with a confused expression and shook his head. He looked at Yun Nuashing, who wanted to cry but had no tears. With a strange expression, he thought, "Is this guy not from this area? He doesn't even speak the same language." Clasping his hands towards the young man, Yun Nuashing walked away in disappointment. However, he was caught by the young man, causing him to be stunned. Turning his head, he saw the young man curiously looking at him a few more times. Only then did the young man nod his head. He stretched out his hand and pointed towards the tall tower in the city. After that, he pointed to his mouth, then pointed to his ears. Finally, he gave Yun Nuashing a resolute look. After that, he patted his shoulder and silently walked away. Watching the young man walk away, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. Soon after, he said to himself with a bitter smile, I can't even communicate with my divine sense because of the language barrier. This can't be. This shouldn't be. There are some ancient scrolls that don't need to be read. I can read the information in them with my divine sense. Why can't I communicate with them daily?" After smiling bitterly for a while, Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. He turned his gaze. The young man had just pointed at the tall tower. Could it be that he could help him there? Although the tower was called a tower, it was more like a huge inverted funnel. The bottom was very wide, and at the top of the funnel there were many twig-like thorns protruding from it. The tower was 1,000 feet tall and looked like a piece of crystal clear jade. It was built in the upper left corner of the city. Majestic vitality was blown to every corner of the city by the breeze. If one stayed here for a long time, they would feel that their state of mind was cleansed. At the very least, the people who lived here rarely got sick. There's an energy barrier. However, Yun Nuashing still saw some things that ordinary people couldn't see with his evil spirit eye. For example, there was a huge light green energy barrier that looked like a huge bowl covering the entire city. The energy barrier was generated from the huge inverted funnel. He could see that the energy barrier occasionally splashed out energy ripples from the top of the tower. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing was still a little distressed. He didn't know what that huge tower was for. His first impression was that it was a guardian of the city. That should be where the city lord stayed. Yun Nuashing couldn't afford to offend someone of that level. If possible, he didn't want to come into contact with someone of that level too early. I'd better go take a look. However, this thought was thrown away after a moment. Yun Nuashing nodded fiercely and walked towards the huge, dark green tower. The most important thing now was the purple night flame. Every second he hesitated was a second wasted. He had to hurry back. The purple night flame was at its most unstable state. He didn't know when it would erupt. He had to wait there. Boom! However, just as Yun Nuashing took a step forward, his heart suddenly hurt. It was as if a heavy hammer had fiercely struck his chest. His handsome face couldn't help but turn red. Soon after, he felt that the gravity around him seemed to have suddenly increased. Under that huge force, even his vision became a lot blurrier. His firm waist couldn't help but bend down. Who? The sudden and terrifying pressure stunned him for a moment. Soon after, a furious roar came from his mouth. Under that terrifying pressure, Yun Nuashing clenched his teeth and forced himself not to bend down. His face was flushed red because of this. However, the people around him didn't seem to notice anything strange. His furious roar didn't attract anyone's attention. Those people walked past him and didn't even turn their eyes. It felt as if they couldn't see Yun Nuashing. It also felt as if he was abandoned by the world. However, he had just spoken to that young man. Boom! A loud, muffled sound suddenly came from his mind. It shook his spirit. A muffled groan came from his throat. His vision was so blurry that he almost couldn't see anything clearly. Yun Nuashing clenched his teeth tightly. His fists were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He had just entered and hadn't even asked for any clues. Was he going to die here? Damn it! Yun Nuashing roared angrily at the sky. He clenched his fists with all his might. A silver blue light quickly gathered in his hands. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't fall down like this. However, before Ling Hong's sword could be pulled out, an even more intense mental energy attack directly crashed into his mind. That huge impact caused his head to jerk back violently. That pair of dim eyes, with a little bit of unwillingness and stubbornness, finally slowly closed. Ling Hong Jian! A furious roar suddenly came from the room. The sunlight that shone and shrank slightly because of this roar. Then a vast spatial energy fluctuation came from the room, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. It seemed as if it would shatter at any time. The young man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. A beam of light that contained boundless spatial energy shot out from his eyes and pierced a huge hole in the room. He bounced up from the bed. His eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness. The hand that was holding Ling Hongjian trembled unconsciously. Large droplets of sweat rolled down his forehead. His chest rose and fell rapidly. He looked as if he had just had a nightmare. Chapter 160. In a snow-white room, a square, four-legged incense burner was placed beside the bed. Wisps of incense wafted out of it, quietly dissolving the anxiety in the air. Outside the wide-open window, soft clouds floated. Occasionally, one or two clouds would accidentally enter the room through the window and dissipate into water vapor. Huff! Huff! Yun Nuoxing bounced up from the bed. His chest was still rising and falling rapidly, and he was still panting heavily. When he saw this somewhat familiar scene, he was stunned for a moment. The confusion and unwillingness in his eyes gradually faded away, and in its place was an even greater doubt. A dream? But it's too real. That touch, that feeling, it's no different from my own experience. Yun Nuoxing pressed his palm against his chest and took a few deep breaths. He slowly calmed down, but his mind was in turmoil. That land of death, that energy of death that enveloped 1,000 miles, that hidden basin, that thriving town, all of this was unusually real. It was so real that he didn't suspect that it was a dream at all. Glancing at the Ling Hong sword in his hand, which was flashing with blue light, Yun Nuoxing casually threw it to the side. However, he nervously grabbed it back and placed it horizontally on his lap. An inexplicable uneasiness filled his heart, but holding this godly sword made him feel slightly more at ease. That's right, the map. Yun Nuoxing suddenly remembered that he couldn't open the colorful scroll in the land of death. He raised his head slightly and waved his hand to take it out. However, this time, he gently pulled it open with both hands. In the huge map of the realm of the gods, in the Source Peak region, that flickered faintly beside the purple flame, making him even more depressed. He flipped the map of the realm of the gods over and over again, but he couldn't see anything unusual. This made him sigh again. Could it be that that place can't be opened? Flipping the pendant around his neck, Yun Nuoxing sighed heavily and muttered, "But since that place allowed me to take out the item in the pendant, then it's definitely not a dream. But how do you explain that I'm here now? I want to go back and take a look." After letting her imagination run wild for a while, Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed and she put away the map. Just as she was about to lie down, she saw the door being kicked open by a slender leg. Immediately, a few figures rushed in like the wind. She immediately recognized the red clothes, the burgundy short hair, and the two purple figures. Feather! When Yun Nuoxing saw who it was, she was slightly delighted. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she felt her vision blur. She felt a pain in her chest, and her body slammed onto the bed. She couldn't help but groan in pain as she struggled to crawl out of her mouth. When she fixed her gaze, she saw Yu-in, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, using her knee to hit his chest. Her entire body was on top of him as she stared down at him from above. There seemed to be flames spewing out of her maimao. "Sister Yu-in, your sword." She stood at the side and silently took out a silver sword that was more than 2 meters long. Then She obediently handed it to Yuen. The latter calmly took it. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuoxing fiercely. She held the sword hilt in one hand and stretched out 3 slender fingers of her other hand to gently stroke the long sword. She said with a faint smile, "My stupid brother, what did I tell you? Gulp!" Yun Nuoxing shuddered. His handsome face was a little pale. When he saw Yu Yin's furious look, he couldn't help but tremble and say, What a strong, murderous aura!" He naturally knew what Yuen was talking about. His sister was unhappy that he came back, lying down several times. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He was the one who started these things. He didn't want things that no one wanted to see to happen because of him. Moreover, there were some things that he could do, so he naturally couldn't back down. Cough! I was wrong. Yun Nuoxing bitterly laughed. The expression on his handsome face changed as he looked at Yuen with a pitiful expression. That appearance caused a cold smile to appear on the latter's face. Clang! A silver light flashed. The long sword directly stabbed into the pillow next to Yun Nuoxing's head. The sharp sword light was right next to his forehead. In that instant, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Her lily-white hand fumbled around behind her for a while. Then, she grabbed the 2-meter-long silver blue needle. The long sword, which was emitting terrifying spatial fluctuations, was pointed at Yun Nuoxing's head. The dry smile on his face completely turned into a bitter smile. Humph, see if you still don't take my words seriously. Next time, I'll directly use this treasure of yours to stab into your head. Seeing that his handsome face was completely pale, Yuen pouted coquettishly and pulled out her long sword. Ling Hongjian was also gently placed to the side. She moved her knees away from his chest and sat on the side of the bed. She turned her face away and did not even look at him. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He could only laugh bitterly now. No matter what he said, it was wrong, big brother. Ming and little Purple Soul, who were standing obediently at the side, were overjoyed when they saw that Yuen had let him off just like that. They climbed onto the bed on all fours, turned over, and laid down on Yun Nuoxing. They looked at him with smiles, and his heart warmed. He stroked the heads of the 2 little girls and smiled. Big brother Nuo, you've been sleeping for 2 months. However, when Yi Shi's words floated out, the smile on Yun Nuoxing's face froze. He secretly glanced at Yuen, who was still angry. He couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder big sister Yuen was so angry. So this was the reason. That night in the courtyard of the sacred weapon shrine, he had forcibly activated the soul-burning technique to 4 times its normal power. Then he used Ling Hongjian. That kind of overdraft was undoubtedly destructive to him. His soul flame was almost extinguished. Yi Shi and Jin Jinwang were so anxious that even Yuen, who was a very strong woman, couldn't help but cry. The sacred weapon array, after thinking for a while, these 4 words jumped out of his mouth as if it was a conditioned reflex. Yun Nuoxing's face froze, and he quickly covered his mouth. He secretly looked at Yuen. As expected, he saw the latter glaring at him fiercely. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Don't worry. Yi Shi patted Yun Nuoxing's head and couldn't help but shake her head. This guy really thinks that everything is fine as long as he's not dead. He's always risking his life. Every time. He doesn't even think about the feelings of the people standing behind him who care about him. Of course, he doesn't want any accidents to happen to anyone. However, would they feel good if they saw something happen to him? After Big Brother Nuo used Ling Hongjian to shatter the forbidden weapon, King Xingluo at the sacred weapon shrine also lost his ability to fight. In the end, he knocked those old fellows unconscious and forcefully searched their souls. He found the sacred weapon shrine's array and erased their memories, Yi Shi said casually. However, Yun Nuoxing felt a wave of fear. If those 8 Shenming experts who were forcefully promoted had really fought with their lives, they would have made Jin Jinwang and the others pay a great price. In the end, they still knocked Feng Yan and the others unconscious and forcefully searched their souls. If they weren't careful during the process, their souls might have been damaged. Of course, Yun Nuashing didn't have any feelings for the people from the sacred weapon shrine. He didn't like them or hate them. It was only because he coveted their sacred weapon array that they had a conflict. If he hadn't heard Jin Jinwang say that the 9 deity shrine and the sacred weapon shrine were in a hostile state, he would have felt guilty. However, since they were enemies, the only psychological burden he had was gone. When Big Brother Nua completely recovers, I'll give you the sacred weapon array. Now, it's better for Big Brother Nua to recuperate. Injuries to the soul can't be healed by sleeping for a while. Yi Shi sighed. An injury to one's soul was different from adding scars to one's body. If one did not have a special method of recuperation, one would have to recuperate for a long time. It was even possible that one would not be able to recover. However, for Yun Nuashing, who was full of elixirs, he was not worried about this. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. Just as he was about to take out the medicinal pill, a sudden thunderous roar caused his body to tremble in fright. Soon after, his gaze looked out of the window, only to see that the sky was still bright and beautiful, causing him to be slightly stunned. This is the resonance of the atmosphere. Some element in the world has caused the power of the world to become chaotic. After sensing it slightly, Yun Nuashing's expression became somewhat strange. This kind of phenomenon would only occur when the energy of one element increased to the point that it caused the balance between the 9 elements to be lost. Even if he didn't use his mind to sense it, he could feel that the entire space was rumbling, as if the world was collapsing. Yi Shi was also startled by this unforeseen event. Her gaze flickered as she looked at Yun Nuashing, but she didn't say anything. Yu Yin also remained silent, while Mei Mao unconsciously looked out of the window. Seeing that they were all silent, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and yawned. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, he suddenly thought of something. Bang! Just as he thought of it, the entire space and even the mountains suddenly trembled. This time, Yun Nuashing, who was completely awake, immediately discovered the source of the fluctuation. His pitch-black eyes abruptly looked towards the entrance of the room. That was the direction of Yuyan City. The fluctuation from Yuyan City. Through the door, Yun Nuashing's pitch-black eyes seemed to be able to see Yuyan City thousands of miles away. This was the first time in a year that something had happened in Yuyan City, or rather, in the sky above Yuyan City. The purple night dark flame is about to erupt. In the past 2 months, its movements have become more and more intense. The condensed fire elements have even leaked out of the ceiling array. Brother Nua also had the foresight to move the manor out. If we were still in Yuyan City, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Amidst the shock, Yi Shi also knew that she couldn't hide it from him. So she slowly explained. In the past 2 months, Yuyan City could be said to be extremely chaotic. Originally, this place was adjacent to Xingming City, which was the center of Source Peak region. All the major regions and even the Divine Prefecture had teleportation portals that led to this place. The matter of the purple night dark flame was a little exaggerated. It had already spread throughout the entire god realm a long time ago. Now that there was such a fluctuation for the first time, the number of people coming and going increased by dozens of times. Now, in Yuyan City, there was only chaos left. Even god-level experts had fallen. At this moment, the purple night dark flame had yet to erupt. If it really did, who knew what kind of apocalyptic situation it would be? Looking in the direction of Yuyan City with uncertainty, Yun Nuashing became even more worried after hearing Yi Shi's explanation. The situation of this trip was out of his control. There are several times more god-level experts, and there were even hundreds and thousands of god-level experts. With so many people in such a chaotic situation, he didn't know if he could still approach the purple night dark flame. 1. The terrifying energy fluctuation after a long period of transmission finally spread to the manor of the 9 deities' palace. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Faintly, he seemed to sense an extremely terrifying aura that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was like a sleeping dragon that was slowly awakening. Yuan City has existed since the end of the ancient era. In the past 100 billion years, trillions of years, more than 50 epochs, more than 50 trillion years, almost 60 trillion years. Although that array has isolated a large amount of energy, the purple night dark flame has still gathered an extremely large amount of energy. That energy is enough to destroy the God realm. Feeling this abnormally terrifying and tyrannical energy that could destroy intelligence, Yishi's petite body couldn't help but tremble. Just how terrifying is it? Seeing that even Yishi was afraid, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was wondering if this trip was the wrong choice. Ordinary people can't sense it. Even God-level experts and God-level experts can't sense it. That higher-level divinity fluctuation. She murmured with a trembling voice, causing Yun Nuashing's head to explode. It was as if a bomb had been detonated. Higher-level divinity fluctuation. In other words, peak God Emperor. Chapter 161. Yinin, how long is a person's life? How long is a cultivator's life? How long will a god live? The realm of the gods is different from other worlds. Mortals have a lifespan of 200 to 500 years. Mortals have a lifespan of up to 1,000 years, and mortals have a lifespan of close to 10,000 years, and demons have a lifespan of 100,000 years. As for gods, their lifespan is very long, ranging from 1,000,000 years to 100 billion years. As for gods, Xian Yin was silent for a moment. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "The lifespan of gods is measured in epochs, but gods will also die one day, but that time will be very long, very long. A person's life, even a cultivator's life, is very short. 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, it will pass in the blink of an eye for gods, but for gods, 10 billion years, 100 billion years, it will also pass in the blink of an eye. In the time it takes to look back, the world has already changed. The endless starry sky can't escape the constraints of time. The lifespan of a star is also from 1,000,000 to 100 billion years. Who said that the starry sky is endless? Who said that gods are eternal and reincarnated, burying all living things in the 8 realms? He still remembered what Xian Yin said to him. However, Yun Nuashing still couldn't experience the concept of 1,000,000 or 100 billion years. He felt that every day was very long, and it had only been a few years since he fell into the desert. Seeing Yun Nuashing looking over with a confused expression, Yishi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. That's right, without personally experiencing that long period of time, how would he know how long it was? Reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, the alternation of yin and yang. When one reaches the peak of prosperity, there will be a decline. In the world of cultivators, a period of prosperity and decline is a period of time, but this definition is very vague. In the ancient records, the shortest period of time is only 1,000,000 years, and the longest period is as long as a few epochs, Yishi said faintly. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. These big concepts of time could only be understood after truly experiencing this long period of time. Let's go out and take a look. Yun Nuashing said softly, then immediately sat up and turned over to get off the bed. Seeing him like this, Yu Yin and the others could only sigh helplessly. After all, no one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm very lucky. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but comfort them when she saw their gloomy faces. Yu Yin rolled her eyes. Anyway, she only knew that Yun Nuashing could make big things sound like small things, and small things sound like nothing. In this aspect, his words were not trustworthy at all. A terrifying roar reverberated between the heavens and the earth, as if a prehistoric beast was releasing a tremendous pressure in Yuan City. Small whirlpools appeared in the void between the heavens and the earth. There were even black cracks that had not yet closed. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles around Yuan City was very unstable. The space was already in a state of tension. If any energy were to strike it at this moment, it would definitely shatter a large area of the space. On a mountain peak thousands of kilometers away, there were no longer any clouds in the sky. They had all been torn to shreds by the shock waves from before. Yun Nuashing stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the spacious sky. He could only see spatial whirlpools spinning in the sky. Chaotic spatial energy covered every inch of the area within 10,000 kilometers of Yuyan City. The fire element is so dense. The density has increased by at least 10 times. Silently opening his evil spirit eye, what he saw was a fiery red world. This was the scene that he had seen on his first day in Yuyan City. But now, this situation had spread out, and even the area outside Yuyan City was not spared. In fact, even the place they were in was covered in fire element. If the array collapsed, any place with fire element would be covered in purple night flames. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but look at the array. He was stunned for a moment and said in a grave voice, "That array with life is about to appear. It's about to appear?" Yu-Yin was stunned. She had seen that array before. It was very strange. It would automatically disintegrate and reassemble. The number of arrays that were activated was not just in the thousands. It was an array that could be reassembled infinitely. Yes, with the power of the evil spirit eye, I can see the array that I saw in the spirit formation world. Right now, the array that my evil spirit eye is seeing is a little blurry. I reckon that it won't be long before it rushes out of the spirit formation world. At that time, there will be a small explosion. Yun Nuashing nodded. His left eye gradually returned to its original, pitch-black color. His right eye was still open with the evil spirit eye. He could even see that the array in his right eye was becoming more and more blurry. As for his left eye, he could see an extremely faint shadow. An array with life? She was a bit puzzled. She pulled on Yun Nuashing's sleeve and asked curiously. Yun Nuashing smiled. He embraced her and pressed his hand on She's right eye. Instantly, the latter's left eye became as resplendent as the former's right eye. The instant their gazes changed, they saw the so-called array with life. Thousands of arrays interweaved into a spherical array that encompassed 10,000 miles of the sky. Moreover, every single array was unceasingly changing and reassembling. The energy matrices, the array cores, and the patterns were all changing at a dizzying speed. It's this. Seeing the array that was unceasingly changing, some astonishment appeared on She's little face. As a spirit formation grandmaster, she also knew about that array. Of course, it was only limited to the level of understanding. Divine Restriction Array. After a short moment, for words filled with astonishment were spat out from her little mouth, causing Yun Nuashing's expression to greatly change. Divine Restriction Array. He had only heard of this name before. It was ranked below the 9th grade Divine Rank Ceiling Array, and was known for its treacherous array, Divine Restriction Array. Divine Restriction. Sigh! No wonder the evil spirit eye was useless. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing could not help but bitterly smile. No wonder the evil spirit eye was unable to analyze it. This was the first time he was helpless against an array. Of course, not to mention a divine restriction. With his current strength, he could not even analyze a ceiling array. Just as the two of them were astonished, another world-shaking rumble rang out from Yuyan City, accompanied by an intense ripple. Furthermore, the ripple this time was unprecedentedly strong, causing Yun Nuashing and the others to hastily retreat and squat down. Even from 1,000 miles away, they could feel a great deterrence from the terrifying ripple. Oh, there's only fire elemental energy left within 10,000 miles of Yuyan City. There's not even much wind elemental energy left, and it can barely be used to fly. He hastily sat on the ground. The intense trembling caused the spatial cracks that had already filled the air to rupture and rapidly spread to other places. The longest spatial crack was above Yuyan City. It was a pitch-black crack that stretched for 10,000 miles, and it was like a huge mouth that could devour people. Bang! Just as he was looking at the extremely long spatial crack, the entire sky trembled once again, and the mountain below him also shook violently. The magnitude was so great that Yun Nuashing could not help but worry whether it would collapse just like that. Look! Above Yuan City. Amidst the intense trembling, Yi Shi, who was in his arms, cried out in alarm and pointed at the empty sky with her little finger. Yun Nuashing also hastily looked over and saw a speck of azure quietly appear in the sky. It was a very small speck, but it had the power to attract the entire world. When that speck of azure light appeared, the rumbling between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. Looking at the forest below, more than half of it had been snapped in half. The spatial trembling just now was like an earthquake, and many cracks had quietly opened on the ground, extending from Yuan City to the end of their line of sight. Wang. The moment the trembling stopped, the spatial crack that ran through Yuan City suddenly emitted a spatial fluctuation that even Yi Shi was shocked. The power of space suddenly became violent, and the people in Yuan City were the closest to the location of the explosion. The destructive fluctuations caused everyone's faces to turn pale, and an extremely comical scene appeared. Under the deterrence of the terrifying power of space, those experts who had traveled day and night to reach Yuan City with great difficulty all hurriedly ran out of the city. They did not even have the time to pack up the things they had left behind in Yuan City. It was as if the god of death was chasing after them. Apart from those cultivators, even ordinary people hurriedly packed up. Everyone seemed to be fleeing for their lives, desperately trying to leave Yuan City. Sect master, elders, and the others haven't returned yet? In the sky above Yuan City, on a floating platform less than 1,000 meters away from the giant crack, there was a powerhouse with a vigorous aura. It was another divine dark powerhouse. However, as this divine dark powerhouse raised his head to look at the crack in the sky, his face paled. Under such a terrifying strength, he felt as if he were nothing more than an ant. Not yet. Shouldn't we also leave? If we continue to stay here, we'll be dangerous. Another youth's face was also pale. Looking down at the crowd that was running away like soldiers on a battlefield, he could not help but sigh. Yuan City is about to be destroyed. Run. No matter where we are, run first. We can't stay here any longer. The wind element has been sealed. We can't fly out. We're dead. The Shinming young man couldn't help but sigh when he saw this chaotic state that seemed like the end of the world. The other young man frowned as he looked at the former and said, "Aren't we going to intervene?" Take care? How? How are you going to take care of thousands of wild horses? The divine dark youth glanced at him and indifferently said, "Let's also retreat. In a while, the sky will be controlled by the fire element. If the purple night dark flame truly erupts, it will be easier for us to escape." After saying that, he looked at the others on the platform and nodded. Then he jumped off the platform. Seeing this, the others hurriedly jumped off the platform. Bang! Crack! Just as they retreated from the platform, the spatial crack that had been quietly emitting ripples suddenly trembled. Soon after, a low and deep sound seemed to resound from the depths of everyone's soul, causing their hearts to violently jump. An unusual and frightening pressure caused everyone's hands and feet to involuntarily tremble. Just as the low and deep sound rang out, the black crack suddenly expanded. Resplendent light was faintly discernible. Then, a spatial storm that was tens of thousands of feet in size swept out from the crack with a bang. As the spatial storm expanded, a bright azure pillar of light shot out from the center of the storm, pushing the entire crack open. A large empty space appeared behind the spatial storm. Such a terrifying scene caused Yun Nuashing to involuntarily whistle. The spatial storm that spread out swept across the horizon, shattering some of the buildings in Yuan City. The forest within 1,000 miles of Yuan City was also flattened into an endless expanse of flat land at this moment. The ground was so flat that there was not the slightest obstruction. Those divine experts who were slow to escape in the sky were instantly turned into nothingness, not even leaving behind a single trace of them. Seeing how terrifying the spatial storm was, those who had escaped quickly paled and patted their chests, rejoicing that they had reacted quickly enough. "It's coming out. Stabilize yourselves." Yun Nuashing let out a low roar. Her 6 wings suddenly spread open as she hugged Yu'in, Ming, and the others. Golden chains shot out from under her windbreaker and wrapped around their waists. After doing this, her eyes faintly flickered. When she raised her head, she saw the extremely brilliant light shrink slightly before suddenly expanding. It was as if a star had exploded. Set up the formation. Open the Great Formation. Protect Yuan City. The Shenming youth had already landed on the ground. When he saw that most of the ordinary people were still in Yuan City, he could not help but frown. A stern roar rapidly spread throughout Yuan City. Subsequently, his hands danced with lightning speed. Numerous hand seals transformed into runes that charged into the ground. A moment later, a pillar of light that contained terrifying energy suddenly shot out from the ground and shot into the air. Soon after, a golden barrier slowly appeared beside the pillar of light. Set up the formation. Just as he was about to make his move, dozens of shouts could be heard from other parts of Yuan City. Shortly after, beams of energy shot up into the sky, all at the same height. Dozens of different energies simultaneously formed a barrier and connected together. In just a few breaths of time, a huge energy barrier was formed, enveloping the entire Yuan City. Boom! Just as the energy barrier was formed, a shockwave that contained a frightening amount of spatial energy struck the ground like a meteorite. That wild and violent energy carried an extremely frightening speed as it violently spread out. In an instant, it descended upon the energy barrier. Old man, let us help too. The unparalleled shockwave caused the entire energy barrier to rapidly ripple. The youth and the others who were maintaining the formation groaned and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, they still stubbornly held on. Moreover, there were other experts who were also maintaining the formation. If one looked closely, one would discover that among these experts, there was the old man with a golden snake and the strange old man that Yun Nuashing had met before. When the Abyss Shrine attacked, they had also helped. Hold on. The youth roared. The veins on his arms bulged and his mouth opened, so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. Even with so many people attacking at the same time, the energy barrier still did not collapse. Outside Jian City, the shockwave even set off a wave of gravel on the ground in the distance. Seeing the shockwave rapidly approaching, Yun Nuashing took in a deep breath as he poured out all the divine artifacts from his pendant and placed them in front of him. The shockwave also arrived unexpectedly, causing him to hurriedly close his eyes as he hugged the person in his arms and involuntarily put more strength into her embrace. Boom! Chapter 162. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking, and the ear-piercing rumble of thunder reverberated in his ears. The violent impact made Yun Nuashing feel as if he was facing a gigantic primordial beast that was tens of thousands of feet long. The intimidating pressure made all the divine artifacts in front of him light up, and clanging sounds could be heard when they smashed together. Humph! A muffled groan rang out from Yun Nuashing's throat, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The pressure in that instant even made him feel the taste of death. Yuan power and spiritual power broke out of his body uncontrollably, and his soul, which had just taken a turn for the better, started to feel weak again. His body, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was forcefully pushed back a distance. If not for the protection of the many divine weapons, they would have been sent flying, and a rumbling sound rang out behind them. "Big brother!" The muffled groan was clearly heard by Ming and the others, causing their hearts to jump. It was also at this moment that the monstrous pressure suddenly disappeared. The shock wave came and went quickly. However, in that instant, Yun Nuashing, who had withstood the attack, looked as if he had just experienced a great battle. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely miserable. "I'm fine," slowly exhaling. Yun Nuashing gently patted Ming's head, smiled, and turned his head back. The manor had already turned into ruins, and even the walls had been turned into dust. Half of the hall in the middle was gone, and it should be said that there were still ruins left. It was truly inconceivable. That kind of shock wave could even cause a divine underworld expert to vomit blood and die. The ground around them had been left with gullies because of their retreat, and a few pieces of flesh had been dug out from the mountain. The devastating shock wave was still spreading into the distance. In front of him, the land that had long turned into a boundless plain had turned into a stretch of uneven hills. Under the impact of the shock wave, the earth was dislocated, rising and sinking. The space was filled with black cracks. It really looked no different from the end of the world. As the dust dissipated, the enormous Yin city seemed to have been hit by an earthquake. Cracks spread out in all directions. More than half of the Yuyan Pavilion, which originally towered at the highest point of Yuyan City, had been destroyed. The other tall buildings in Yuyan City had also been shaved off by the explosion. The remaining buildings had been reduced to dust by the frightening shock wave. Some people were sitting in the ruins of the surrounding houses in Yuyan City. Miserable wails continuously sounded from within the ruins of the surrounding houses. Of course, the destructive power of such a huge spatial shockwave was naturally not only able to destroy half of the city, but the reason why it was not destroyed was because of the golden energy barrier in the air that was like a huge bowl. The huge energy barrier directly enveloped the entire Yuan city. From the looks of it, it was filled with cracks, and it seemed that it did not feel good to bear the full brunt of the shock wave at such a close distance. Even so, it still managed to protect Yuan City. Under this shock wave, it seems like the world has changed. Looking at the ruins of Yuan City and the plains below that had turned into a mountain range, Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. At this moment, he was not much better off, and his face was slightly pale. Even with a divine artifact, it was impossible for him to bear the full brunt of the shock wave. It should be gone, right? Yu Yin's face was also slightly pale. Although Yun Nuashing had borne the brunt of the shock wave for them, it was impossible for him to bear the full brunt of the shock wave. Just that little bit was already enough to make her feel a little dizzy. In the pitch-black space above Yuan City, specks of blue slowly appeared. With a rumble, a spherical formation the size of Yuan City finally appeared before everyone's eyes. The huge formation attracted the attention of the people in Yuan City once again. Seeing such a huge and profound formation, gasps rang out one after another. Heavens, the formation is reassembling itself. It's a living formation. It's impossible to break through. Even a formation grandmaster might not be able to break through a formation of this level. The formation attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to the constantly changing formation, unable to shift their gazes away. Discussions gradually rang out in the sky, slowly converging. The city was filled with a great debate. The hubbub of voices seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. After the formation appeared, the spatial cracks that filled the sky also slowly closed up. The world became calm again. If it were not for the damage seen, anyone would have mistaken what had just happened as a dream. It doesn't seem to have begun. Yun Nuashing could feel the chaos in Yuan City from thousands of kilometers away. He bitterly smiled. Just the shattering of the barrier and the appearance of the formation had already caused such a huge commotion. When the purple night dark flames really erupted, just what kind of apocalyptic scene would it be? Fortunately, Senior Jin Jinwang and the others moved the manor out. I don't have the hobby of admiring fireworks under the fireworks, especially when the fireworks can reward me. Bitterly smiling, Yun Nuashing could not help but complain, causing Yi Shi and the others to bitterly smile as well. The Purple Night Dark Flame is within this formation. In Yuyan City, the Shen Ming youth casually wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the constantly changing formation. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes. He calmed himself down slightly, turned his gaze, and said to the youth beside him, "Send a message to the sect master and elders. Tell them that the formation sealing the Purple Night Dark Flame has already appeared." "Yes." The young man replied respectfully. Then his figure flashed and he disappeared. Seeing how excited those people were, the Shunming youth frowned. He looked at the formation in the sky, then shook his head and sighed, "Forget it. Let's wait for the elders to come before we plan." This feeling, it is indeed the divinity fluctuation of an emperor god powerhouse. On a distant mountain peak, Yi Shi looked at the repeatedly changing formation with a bewildered gaze. Her slender eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The Purple Night Dark Flame, ranked 90th, already has the energy of a peak emperor god. Then how powerful is the one ranked higher? Could it be that it can burn people of that level to death? Yun Nuashing felt his mouth go dry. This was a bit too powerful. It was only ranked 90th, but it was already comparable to an emperor god powerhouse. No, it's the Purple Night Dark Flame that's mutated. It's a divine flame that's ranked 90. How could it have such powerful energy? Even some divine underworld powerhouses don't want to collect it. Yi Shi shook her head. There were a total of 150 divine flames on the divine flame list. Divine flames that had energy comparable to a divine spirit were all ranked at the top of the list. However, the divine emperor was the final barrier between a divine spirit and a divine spirit. How could the 90-ranked Purple Night Dark Flame have such power? Mutation? Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't know much about these divine flames that were born naturally. He only knew that they all had extremely terrifying energy that had been formed over tens of thousands of years. As for other things, he didn't know. Let me see. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Yun Nuashing nodded. His evil spirit eye quietly revolved. Formation after formation appeared in the void, then floated in front of the pair of resplendent eyes. It slowly rotated, revealing a penetrating energy that made Yi Shi take a few more glances. What a mystical pair of eyes! Yi Shi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She had just used the evil spirit eye, and she had also heard Yun Nuashing talk about the effects of the evil spirit eye, which made her somewhat envious. A pair of mystical eyes that could analyze formations was something that countless formation masters yearned for. Even Yi Shi, who was a high-level formation master, couldn't avoid it. With such a pair of eyes, it would be much easier to research and decipher formations. Yun Nuashing's ability to modify formations came from this. It was something that only a divine-level formation master could do, but it was displayed in the hands of a mortal-level formation master. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue, and his gaze became focused. The formation in front of him flickered a few times toward the spherical region, and he moved his line of sight over there. Then it flickered once again, and his line of sight actually penetrated the formation. This change made Yun Nuashing stare blankly. The first time he tried to peek, it seemed that he couldn't see through it. There was always a power within the formation that prevented him from peeking. Perhaps it consumed too much energy when deciphering the formation. Yun Nuashing casually thought for a moment and nodded. Since the evil spirit eye could now penetrate the formation, he couldn't let go of this opportunity. He wanted to be the first person to see the Purple Night Dark Flames. Within the spherical formation, purple flames were densely packed. The tumbling sea of flames reverberated throughout the sky, and also sounded like the roars of wild beasts. The blazing energy caused Yun Nuashing's expression to change slightly. The energy contained within the flames was too frightening, and it made his eyes feel slightly hot. He wasn't there, but his line of sight was looking inside. Despite being so far away, he could actually feel the blazing heat. Within the purple sea of flames, tumbling waves of flames were like a tide, surging over from the end of his line of sight. Layer after layer, they slammed against the formation, and in the end, they formed 1,000-foot tall wave that slammed against the formation. Every time it tumbled, it would cause the formation to fluctuate, but there were no signs of it shattering. The energy that flowed on the formation made it look indestructible, and even a God Emperor expert would find it hard to shake it. However, the divine flame itself had a destructive power, and under that power that could burn everything. Even a God restriction formation would be burnt to a crisp. It was impossible for anything to trap it forever. It had struggled for close to 60 eras, and finally, in this year, or perhaps not long after, it would be released. Easily looking into the formation, Yun Nuashing's evil spirit eyes vision array was activated, increasing his penetrating power by a lot. Passing through the layers of purple flames, Yun Nuashing slowly searched for the location of the purple night dark flames. Those purple flames that were burning the plains were merely flames released by the origin source flames. The roaring of the purple flames that filled the sky was the only sound in this sealed space. Raising his head to look at the sky, it was also covered by the purple flames. This place was like a purple prison that wanted to imprison anyone who barged in. This won't do. If I go any deeper, my eyes will burn. As Yun Nuashing's line of sight went deeper, he felt his eyes getting hotter and hotter. Just as Yun Nuashing's line of sight passed through another layer of flames, he felt the temperature suddenly double, burning his eyes to the point that he couldn't help but tear up. Forcefully blinking his eyes, Yun Nuashing looked towards the end of his line of sight, but he could only see the depths of the formation. The tumbling sea of flames was like waves rolling over, slamming against the formation in the distance. Forget it! I'll have the chance to see it anyway. It's already not bad that I'm the first to see it. And that's right. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing sighed in disappointment. His gaze was slightly unresigned as he looked towards the depths of the sea of flames. Perhaps this place was still very far from the center, but just looking at it was already so hot. He really didn't know how it would feel to be there. The formation will be completely burned by the purple night dark flame in less than 3 months. At that time, looking at the formation in the sky, Yun Nuashing let out a deep sigh. Soon after, he slowly closed his eyes. However, the instant he closed his evil spirit eye, he didn't have time to see that when the layers of flames dispersed, there was actually a temporary vacuum. In the distance, there was a purple cocoon of light. Chapter 163. I have to make full use of my time. The evil spirit eye slowly closed as Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. 3 months of time, a short training session would be enough, and it would be difficult for his strength to have any obvious increase. Of course, Yun Nuashing did not plan to train until the purple night dark flames erupted. In less than 3 months, that array will be burned to ashes by the purple night dark flames. At that time, Yuan City will be completely destroyed. We won't even have the power to resist. Yun Nuashing said indifferently. There was an abnormally terrifying sea of fire inside. If it was released, let alone Yuan City, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles or even 100,000 miles would be destroyed. 3 months. Hearing this neither long nor short time, Yi Shi's expression turned grave. They had not even started to prepare anything. Those beast skin scrolls that they had spent a lot of money on seemed to have to be refined into array diagrams. I'm going into seclusion. After Yu Yin heard the time limit, she nodded with a solemn expression. She rubbed Yun Nuashing's head with her jade-like hand, then hurriedly turned and walked into the ruined manor. Yun Nuashing looked at Yu Yin with surprise as she disappeared around the corner. She laughed involuntarily. She was usually so carefree. Now, even she said the word seclusion. It seemed like she was not the only one who was anxious. Where are Senior Godly King and the others? gently stroking the heads of the two koalas hanging on his body. Yun Nuashing turned his gaze. There had been such a big commotion here. How could no one appear? Furthermore, Yao Hua and the others had disappeared without a trace. It couldn't be that they were buried under the ruins, right? Jin Wang and the others have all entered the city. They said they had something to do, Yishi said after thinking for a while. Ah, speaking of which, I have something to do as well. I need to make a trip to Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something and raised her head. She seemed to have arranged to meet Shui Ge and the others at Ju Yuan Mountain Villa half a year ago. However, she did not know if the mountain villa had collapsed after the Purple Night Flame's torment. She had seen half of the city turn into ruins from the corner of her eyes earlier. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and scratched her head. She looked down at the two koalas and then at Yi Shi, who was blinking her beautiful wine-red eyes and staring at her. Yun Nuashing felt a little troubled. Yuyan City, Ju Yuan Mountain Manor. Ju Yuan Mountain Manor was located in the north of the city. It was a little far from the center of the city and was also a little far from the epicenter of the shockwave. However, all the buildings in Yuan City were basically destroyed by the spatial shockwave. Most of the buildings had collapsed, and the remaining ones were somewhat damaged. However, Ju Yuan Mountain Manor, which was located in a bamboo forest, was completely intact. The smooth walls did not even have a single crack. Such a complete building could no longer be seen in Yuan City. Today, the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa was bustling with noise. One could hear the noise coming from the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Looking through the wall, one could see many young men and old men with half their bodies buried in the ground gathered at the shore, arguing loudly about something. They were arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick. Among them, one could see the missing Jin Shenwang, the young man from the Serene Flame Pavilion, and the two old men from the Star Sea Pavilion. Evacuate the ordinary people in Yuyan City first. It's an unwritten rule in the cultivation world that ordinary people should not be harmed in a war. Now that we've encountered a natural disaster, like the godly flame, we have to send them out of the city first. Jin Wang glared and roared. Jin Wang is right. This is an unwritten rule. It's not anyone's responsibility, and it's not something that anyone should do. All the god-level experts here have to do their part. The youth from the Serene Flame Pavilion nodded and said lightly, "Now that the array sealing the Purple Night Dark Flame has revealed its true form, who knows when the Purple Night Dark Flame will erupt? Everyone is in a state of panic. Everyone is in danger. Who would have the time to care about others, especially those unrelated mortals? Taoist Zhao, do you think that you're a god-level expert since you were born? Who here is an AF** king, ordinary person? You don't even want to be a human anymore because of some F** king nonsense." The Fire God King couldn't help but roar when he heard this. His hair stood on end from anger. "Fire God King, you're wrong. Yuyan City is right below the Purple Night Flame. The godly flame has been accumulating for millions of years. Its energy is enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Once it erupts, not to mention those ordinary people, even us and the entire Yuan City will suffer. Don't tell me that you want to save them one by one. Brother Lu is right. In this world, which place hasn't suffered from the disasters brought by the world of cultivators? If we have to take care of every single one of them, then everyone should be saved and the world will be in chaos. We are not the saviors of the world. Such noble things should be left to the noble people." The old man called Zhao Daozhang stroked his beard and glanced at Fire God King as he said faintly, "If this so-called gathering is just about these boring things, then it can be dismissed. We still have to prepare for ourselves. We won't be playing house with you." Hearing these people dismissing themselves completely, Jin Wang felt helpless. The Shenming youth was also speechless. Since the Yuyan Pavilion was located in Yuyan City, they were the guardians in name. If they ignored those ordinary people, their reputation would be ruined. But now, as the guardians, they were powerless. Without the sect master and other senior members, how could they move such a huge Yuan city with just him and a few divine king experts? That was why this gods' gathering was held. If it weren't for Jin Jinwang and the others, this so-called gods' gathering would not have been held. Even if they gathered together, the situation did not improve at all. Although Taoist Zhao's words were harsh, the purple night flame was about to erupt. Everyone was in danger, and no one had the time to care about others. Even the ordinary people in the chaotic Nether Flame City were trying their best to escape from the city. It was a chaotic scene. The Fire God King was enraged. He, who had a fiery temper, couldn't help but curse out loud when he heard how indifferent these people were. The Thunder God King also supported him from the side, confronting Zhao Daozhang and the others. I say, these gods are really boring. On the other side, the remote mahogany corridor where Yun Nuashing and Shui Ge first met was also filled with people. The faint sound of a zither lingered here, although roars and sounds of fighting could be heard from the heart-gathering lake from time to time. The zither music did not cause the tranquility of this place to fade. Instead, it added an indescribable feeling. If one carefully looked at the people sitting here, they would realize that they were all young talents who had gathered in Yuan City. They seemed to have followed their elders to Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Yao Hua listened to the zither music in his left ear and the noise in his right ear. His delicate face had a strange expression as he could not help but complain. Could it be that Jin Jinwang brought them here to listen to their quarrel? In my opinion, what's the point of having so much discussion? If you want to do something, just do it quickly. Isn't it a waste of time to gather here and discuss? Mu Ling played with her hair in boredom. She also had a depressed expression on her face. His gaze shifted to the front of the long corridor. There, a young man in white robes was holding a zither that flickered with the color of starlight. There was a hint of ease on his handsome face. His slender, white, and feminine fingers danced on the zither, releasing waves of pleasant zither music. The faint music quietly dispelled the restlessness that was spreading in this place. That person was Morong Shuige. She had made an agreement with Yun Nuashing that they would meet at Ju Yuan Mount Villa half a year later after his zither was completed. However, Yun Nuashing was still thousands of miles away at the moment. She did not know how long they had been playing the zither here. The three people sitting below Shuige were Xu Eqing, Morong Yufeng, and the others. The four of them were inseparable. When the agreed date arrived, they came here early. Although they did not see Yun Nuashing, they were not in a hurry. Although they had not known each other for long, they had a certain degree of understanding of his character. He would not stand them up. What do you think if Yusin was here, or little brother Ling Hongjin? What would they do? Huiji withdrew her gaze from the four people and asked casually. Originally, they came over to take a look because they heard the zither music. The others were probably the same. Little sister Yusin would probably throw down a bunch of divine weapons and a magic array, and then clamor to threaten those gods. However, I think she would ignore them a little more, Mu Ling said softly as she covered her mouth and smiled. Speaking of which, where is little brother Ling Hongjian? Why don't I see him? Lei Ming clenched his fist, which was the size of a futon. His body, which was 10 feet tall, leaned against the pillar like a small iron tower. When he spoke, traces of the power of thunder were spat out. Looking at the fluctuating aura, it seemed that he had just advanced. Your house has exploded, and you still have the mood to stay here and chat? Just as Lei Ming's voice fell, a helpless voice came from outside the long corridor. Everyone was stunned. Was he scolding them, or was he scolding them? However, judging from the commotion caused by Purple Night Flame, it seemed that there was no problem with saying that Yao Hua and the others were stunned. When they turned around, they saw a man in a black windbreaker. Their eyes paused, and just as they were about to greet him, their faces suddenly froze. Their mouths were hanging open, and they could not say anything. The others also had strange expressions on their faces. This appearance, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man as a babysitter before? Seeing that everyone was looking at him as if they were dumbfounded, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. At this time, he had completely turned into a full-time babysitter. The girls were clamoring to come out with him, and he could not refuse. Even if they wanted to come, they could not walk properly and were clamoring for hugs. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He carried little Purple Soul on his shoulder, held Ming in his arms, and held Yi Shi in his hand. His appearance was somewhat comical. "Brother Yin, you finally—" Just as he stepped into the mahogany corridor, Shui Go, who was at the innermost part of the corridor, seemed to have sensed his presence. Her zither music suddenly stopped, and a smile appeared on her seductive face. Just as she turned around, that smile completely turned into astonishment. Xueqing's beautiful face was also slightly red, and she turned her face away as if she did not know him. Yu Feng and Yu Jing could not help but laugh. "If you want to laugh, then laugh. It's not like I forbade you from laughing. Why are you holding it in?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Under everyone's strange gazes, he walked to the seat 2 meters away from Xueqing and Yao Hua and sat down. He carefully placed the 2 koalas on his body to the side, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Yao Hua looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange gaze. He could not help but reach out to poke him, and said softly, "You brought little Ming and little Purple Soul out. Aren't you afraid that Yu Sin will beat you up? There's no enmity between us." "Why would she beat me up?" The 2 little girls insisted on coming out. "What can I do?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said helplessly. This caused Yao Hua and the others to have a strange expression. However, they were not worried about anything. Not many people in Yuyan City dared to provoke this fellow. Even if there were, they would still quarrel in the heart-gathering lake. Looking at Shui Go, whose handsome face was brimming with happiness, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "Are you guys all right?" Of course, he was referring to the impact of the purple night flame breaking the seal. That kind of terrifying power was something that even gods could not withstand. Shui Go and Yao Hua were at the center of the impact. Although they looked fine, it was normal for him to ask about it. "Even if I had something to do, I wouldn't be playing the zither leisurely here. However, this is also the last period of peace." Shui Go shook her head, and her clear voice was a little depressed. "I don't know when the purple night flame will erupt. When that time comes, I'm afraid that even the fate-gathering mountain villa will be destroyed. Young Master Yin, you are a great master of magic arrays. How long do you think the magic array in the sky can last?" Mei Mao turned around. Xueqing smiled and asked casually. However, there was a hint of teasing in her words. That kind of magic array was something that even a master could not see through. Who knows? Maybe half a year, or maybe 3 or 4 months. Maybe it will shatter in the next second, with a boom. Yuyan City will be burned into ashes. That's right. Translator's thoughts. Lu_Kaishian Yun Nuashing laughed loudly. His voice even had its own sound effects, causing everyone to smile bitterly. Looking at how he was dancing with joy, it would be a waste if he did not become a Dao inspector. "Ha!" Shui Go laughed loudly and could not help but slap his thigh. The people in the corridor were also amused and chuckled softly. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and snatched the black star zither from his hand. She coughed dryly and gently stroked the zither with both hands. With a soft sound, the zither music once again floated in the mahogany corridor. That kind of tranquil and unique zither music caused the laughter in the corridor to gradually stop. Everyone closed their eyes and listened attentively to this unique zither music. The blazing sun shone its light on the huge magic array, dyeing the golden light blue and faint purple. Then it shot towards Yuyan City. The frenzy in the magic array and the tranquility in the corridor actually synchronized for an instant. Chapter 164. In the secret chamber, a cocoon of light was suspended in midair, flickering with a bright light like a beating heart. Through the light, one could see a slender figure inside the cocoon. The surging energy surged as the light flickered. One could feel that this cocoon of light was nurturing a powerful life. On the floor of the secret chamber, a magic formation of several feet in size was emitting a gentle light. In the eye of the magic formation, a large pile of colorful crystals lay quietly. The vast energy they emitted poured into the eye of the magic formation and was refined and transmitted out along with the operation of the magic formation. Finally, the energy densely covered the dark secret chamber, which was only a few meters in length and width. The dense energy of heaven and earth also poured in from outside the secret chamber, becoming a small current in this energy sea. Through the gentle light, one could see 3 small figures sitting cross-legged under the light cocoon. The surrounding energy was constantly pouring into the bodies of the 3 people and the cocoon. The surging pure energy did not need to be refined at all. It only needed to be slightly operated with a mysterious method to become a part of oneself. It would be dispersed in the limbs and bones, strengthening the bones, muscles, and organs. After parting with Shu Yue and the others in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, Yun Nuoxing returned to the dilapidated manor and directly went into seclusion. Before he left, he wanted Shu Yue and the others to come to the high mountain villa. Although it was a bit dilapidated, it was at least far away from Yian City. In case something happened, they could take care of each other. However, Shu Yue and the others said that they did not need to worry, so he let them go. Yao Hua and the others were still listening to Jin Jinwang and the others quarrel in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. After listening for a while, Yun Nuoxing also yawned and left. In his opinion, those gods were really bored. If they had the time to quarrel, they should have finished their work of taking refuge. What was more, saving people along the way would not cause them to lose anything. He really did not know whether they were afraid or thinking about something else. While sighing, he also thought of that day when all the gods in Yian City fought against the Abyss Temple together. Those gods had disappeared at this moment. Perhaps it was better for them to leave first. If Yun Nuoxing did not come for the purple night dim flame, she might have followed the others to take refuge in Xinming City. However, they had waited for a year. If they went to the divine land empty-handed, they would feel sorry for themselves. Yun Nuoxing was different from ordinary people. If a mortal-ranked cultivator went into seclusion for 3 months, they would probably only be able to increase their strength by 1 transition. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't go into seclusion for the sake of cultivation. Cultivation was just a side benefit. The purpose of his seclusion was to modify the array formation. This was his and Yi Shi's greatest trump card. The fight for the purple night dark flame this time would depend on this. One was a pure level 9 of the mortal level, and the other was a level 9 of the underworld emperor who had fallen to the mortal level. Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi could only rely on magic circles to resist the gods. With Yi Shi's attainments in magic circles, it was not a problem for her to resist low-level or mid-level gods. Element conversion magic circle, energy condensation magic circle, 10,000 spirits killing magic circle. In the spiritual world, on a boundless grassland, 3 magic formations that were each thousands of feet wide and hundreds of feet wide were flashing with a bright light. Yun Nuoxing floated in the air, and his 6 wings were spread out to 3 feet wide behind him. Countless wind elements were blowing his robe, and his sharp eyes looked at the 3 magic formations below. He took a deep breath, and his heart gradually calmed down. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden magic circle suddenly broke through the restraints of the void and appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. It overlapped with the magic circles below that were arranged in a triangular shape. Instantly, the bright colors were added to a brilliant golden color. Divine Artifact Magic Circle. Looking at the Divine Artifact Magic Circle, the patterns inside were winding like a huge maze. Beside the eye of the magic circle, there were dozens of empty areas that were slowly rotating around the eye of the magic circle. The transmission of energy in those areas was completely cut off. If there was nothing to fill in, the magic circle would not be able to operate. For people who have many high-level weapons, the divine artifact magic circle can unleash an unusually strong power. However, for people who don't care about their weapons, this divine artifact magic circle is useless. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself for a while. This divine artifact magic circle had some similarities with Yi Shi's 9-palace dragon trapping magic circle. Their specific levels were determined by the level of the objects that were deployed. The more powerful the magic circle that was embedded in the 9-palace dragon trapping magic circle was, the more powerful it was. As for the divine artifact magic circle, the higher the level of the weapon that was used as the source of energy, the more powerful it would be. And for Yun Nuashing, who possessed dozens of divine artifacts and a divine weapon, this was undoubtedly a huge help. With his own strength, he would be satisfied if he could use the high deep sword to fight against a divine king powerhouse. However, if he used the divine artifact magic circle to attack, he was confident that he could use the high deep sword to injure a divine dark powerhouse. The energy consumption of the divine artifact magic circle is too great. It is not something that I can bear. However, I can use an energy condensing magic circle to make up for it. I can connect it with the divine artifact magic circle, but it will hinder the power. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Only now did he realize that he could not bear the burden of the divine artifact magic circle. This was a fatal flaw. Although there was an energy condensing magic circle, if you were to deploy 2 magic circles at the same time, in order to make the energy replenishment catch up to the speed of consumption, the range of the condensing magic circle would be huge. In that case, if he were to use 2 giant magic circles at the same time, his soul strength would not be able to keep up. Is there any way to reduce the consumption of the divine artifact magic circle? Yun Nuashing sighed in distress. He placed a hand on his thigh and held his chin as he couldn't help but mutter to himself. I can combine the condensing magic circle and the elemental conversion magic circle. I can borrow the elemental energy of the world to condense 6 elements. Then I can use the expansion magic circle to achieve the same level of energy. In addition to the 5 elements I will have 7 elemental energies. In this way, the power consumption will be offset. But I will first have to change the structure of the elemental conversion magic circle. The converted energy must be refined before it can be used. If I don't refine it, I can't use it. The 10,000 spirits killing array has its own refining effect. If I merge the conversion magic circle into the 10,000 spirits killing array, the 2 will become 1. No, the 10,000 spirits killing array has not reached its complete state. Without a complete analysis, it wouldn't be good to casually change it. If I don't change the magic circle, I will insert the condensing magic circle into the elemental conversion magic circle. Then I will stuff it into the incomplete 10,000 spirits killing array. Then I will combine the 3 magic circles into 1 and connect it to the divine artifact magic circle. This way, the core of the 4 magic circles will be unstable and the magic circle will collapse. Although there is a magic circle for stability, adding another magic circle seems to be very difficult. At this time, white smoke was coming out of Yun Nuashing's head. His face was flushed red, and he gritted his teeth. He glared at each other, and he looked flustered and exasperated. However, it was complicated to explain. In fact, he just wanted to make up for the problem of the divine artifact magic circle's consumption without losing its power. Modification and connection. What should I do? His hand grabbed his long hair in distress. Soon his hair was disheveled, and he looked very embarrassed. Sitting down in the sky, Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and frowned. He took a few deep breaths and slowly exhaled, calming himself down. After doing this a few times, his beautiful face no longer had any trace of anxiety or irritation. Instead, it was as calm as water and as firm as a rock. His evil spirit eyes slowly opened, and the resplendent 5-colored eyes swept across the 4 magic circles below. After thinking for a while, he took out the elemental conversion magic circle. The evil spirit eye operated to the extreme, and palm-sized magic circles floated out from the void. They shrunk in front of his eyes and slowly rotated. Looking at the core of the elemental conversion magic circle, the evil spirit eye shrunk slightly and began to analyze the large and complex energy patterns. However, the elemental conversion magic circle was made by him, so the analysis was much faster. In less than 2 hours, the dazzling core appeared before his eyes. Looking at the countless thin threads extending from the core, Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva. Staring at the core that was only the size of a fingernail, he began the most difficult part of the magic circle reconstruction, modification. In fact, Yun Nuashing had his reasons for doing this. This was because the connection of magic circles was very taxing on one's mind. Furthermore, without any special methods, it could not be maintained. However, the reorganization and modification of magic circles were different. It was equivalent to creating a new kind of magic circle. Once it was successful, it would be engraved in one's mind. The next time it was used, it could be used again. It was easier to use compared to the elemental conversion magic circle. However, it was many times more complicated, and the difficulty was also many times higher. It's only 4 magic circles. I don't believe that I can't combine them. Letting out a fierce roar, Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye. Dozens of extremely thin threads shot out from the magic circle before him. They carefully avoided the threads extending from the core and wrapped around the tiny core. Instantly, countless amounts of information turned into a torrential sea and directly fed back into Yun Nuashing's mind. They fiercely crashed into him, causing his mind to be turned upside down, and he almost fainted. How is this a flow of information? This is an ocean. Yun Nuashing's hands suddenly covered his head. He felt dizziness and pain in his head, and his vision was a little blurry. He could not help but bitterly smile. With just one contact, he almost fainted. This was only the elemental conversion magic circle. If he were to use the 10,000 spirits killing array, he would probably be unconscious for a few days. Shaking his head, he quickly organized the information that was fed back to him. He carefully controlled the evil spirit eye to obtain another portion of information and organized it again. Repeating this process over and over again, Yun Nuashing spent almost half a day before he finally finished gathering all the information. He was a little dizzy from the series of extremely small runes and talismans that were densely packed together to form a large magic circle. This was not the first time he was so close to a magic circle. However, every time he let his mind enter the magic circle, he would be fiercely shocked. Swimming in the sea of information, he was like a tiny speck of dust. His fingers constantly drew out runes and talismans, and then condensed them on their own to weave out another small rune. He placed it in its original position, replacing the part that was thrown out, and then moved it to another location. Repeating this long and tedious process, the actions that were carried out in his mind were also fed back to the core by the evil spirit eye. The core was reorganized and modified. At the same time, the magic circle that had shrunk to about 10 feet in size was also slowly wriggling, adjusting and changing according to the information that was transmitted from the core. Although Yun Nuashing felt that his speed was already quite fast, with the small figure formed from his soul force constantly changing the arrangement of the runes and rearranging them, he did not expect that this piece of elemental conversion magic circle would take him an entire month to complete. When the pair of eyes that flickered with a myriad of colors slowly opened, the magic circle in front of him suddenly emitted a clear, buzzing sound. Following that, it slowly started to revolve. From the surrounding heaven and earth energy, strands of gold, green, blue, red, and brown energy were slowly drawn out, condensing on the mysterious magic circle. However, there was no further movement. Yun Nuashing nodded. With a thought, the 5 different colored energy surged into the magic circle, passing through from the other side. When it came out again, it had already turned into a dazzling golden energy, emitting a dazzling radiance. With a thought, the golden energy that had condensed to the size of a palm suddenly turned into a golden pillar of light. It shot out explosively, drawing a golden line in the sky. The light element energy surged, dispersing some of the fog in the distance. It's a success. I'm so tired. Looking at the energy pillar that shot out into the distance, Yun Nuashing's face that had not changed for the past month stiffened. He let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 165. Looking at the array in front of him that was constantly swallowing and spitting out various types of energy, Yun Nuashing smiled with satisfaction. To be able to remodel an array, although it was due to the evil spirit eye, it was enough to prove his ability. At least, the majority of people could only stare at an array and did not try to remodel it. Aside from master rank array masters, other array masters rarely tried to remodel their own arrays. After all, when an array was born, many things were already set in stone. To remodel it would require a tremendous amount of effort, and it might not even be possible to remodel it according to one's wishes. The difficulty of remodel was not lower than creating it. After admiring herself for a while, Yun Nuashing placed the elemental conversion array to the side and summoned the energy condensation array. After looking at it for a while, she felt a bit nervous. Modifying and strengthening an array and merging an array were two different things. Modifying an array was just making small changes to the original foundation. However, merging two arrays required the array cores of the two arrays to be placed together. Combining the two extremely large amounts of information and the countless energy patterns would be integrated. Even creating a new array would not be that difficult. I don't believe this can stop me. Clenching her teeth, Yun Nuashing clenched her fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Without resting for a moment, the evil spirit eye operated again and directly pierced through the two arrays. The arrays in her line of sight appeared from the void and extended dozens of energy lines, rushing straight into the array cores of the arrays. In the outside world, in the sky above Yuyan City, the azure ocean weaved by formations broke out of the spirit formation world a month ago. After that, there was not the slightest movement. The densely packed formations wrapped the inside of the spirit formation impenetrably. Other than Yun Nua, there were also many people who used various methods to try and peek inside. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not see the slightest bit of the situation inside. Ka! That muffled but abnormally loud sound, like the sound of a gear being stuck, came from the sky and entered the ears of everyone in Yuyan City. It was extremely ear-piercing, causing everyone's expression to suddenly change. Some were happy and some were worried. They could even hear some fear in the voices coming from every corner. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the azure ocean. They discovered that there seemed to be a touch of light purple. No, it wasn't that there was a color added, but that part of the formations that perfectly wrapped the purple night flame had been burned into nothingness. Occasionally, they could see the light purple that everyone was looking forward to through the gaps between the tens of thousands of formations. Through the blue light, they could vaguely see the purple flames rising, constantly burning the transformation formations. However, there wasn't a trace of high temperature that seeped through the formations. It seemed that even though there were some holes that had been burned, the formations hadn't been completely destroyed. The chaos in Yuyan City seemed to have lessened a lot. A month ago, in the Juyuan Mountain Villa, many experts had met there. Although they did not reach a good conclusion, Jin Jinwang and the others had been evacuating the ordinary people in Yuyan City since that day. Most of them were sent to the cities adjacent to Yuyan City, such as Crimson Star City or Star Underworld City. Although there were people who persistently stayed here, there were also people who could see that the purple night flame would not break the seal so quickly. They turned around and left to find a place to rest and conserve their energy. There were also people who were wise enough to stay away from Yuyan City and observe from afar. They did not stay in Yuyan City, like the majority of people. When the first small eruption occurred, they had personally experienced how terrifying the so-called divine flames were. The purple night flame that had been sealed for nearly 60 trillion years was not something they could touch. Although the arrays could seal the purple night flame, it did not seem to be able to prevent the energy from entering. Once the energy that had been accumulated for countless years exploded, the entire Yuan city would be destroyed in an instant. A bunch of idiots. They all ran over to watch. Although the eruption of the purple night flame is glorious, they still need to be alive to see it. On a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from Yuan City, in the manor of the Nine Shrine. At this moment, Jin Jinwang and the others were leisurely sitting in the courtyard, holding a small wine cup in their hands. They looked calm and did not feel nervous at all. It was as if what was happening 1,000 miles away had nothing to do with them. In any case, we have done what we should have done and said what we should have said. As for their choice, it's up to them. The Gold God King sighed helplessly. He had spent a great deal of effort to evacuate the people. However, there were some people who stubbornly wanted to stay in Yuan City. As for those stubborn people, he had no choice but to let them go. Aside from the Yuan Pavilion and the Cheng clan, the original forces in Yuan City have all ran to Star Underworld City to seek refuge. They left some scattered spies around Yuan City. The Water God Emperor lay on the stone table in boredom. He drew circles on the table with his finger and said, "As for the external forces, I have not seen any of them retreat. However, there are a few forces like us who have already run to the outskirts of Yuan City. What about the sacred weapon shrine?" The Thunder God Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked, "They are still in Yuan City, recuperating. What happened that night has been completely erased. Unless the Underworld Emperor or an even stronger expert comes to investigate what happened that night, they will not know what happened," the Water God Emperor said indifferently. Water God King said indifferently. That night, they had beaten up a group of people in Sacred Weapon Divine Palace and seized the Sacred Weapon Great Formation. Then, together with Yi Shi, they had erased the memories of all the people in Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. Then, they had stuffed in some fake memories, such as simulating the eruption of the Purple Night Dark Flame. They had completely fooled the people of the Sacred Weapon Shrine. There seems to be someone outside looking for that little guy. However, they're not doing it openly. At this time, the beautiful woman suddenly turned her gaze and looked at Jin Jinwang. Oh! Jin Jinwang was also slightly taken aback. Now, the people of Yuan City basically knew that they wanted to protect Yunnuashing. The name of the Nine Deities Shrine was enough to cut off many people's thoughts. However, they were still able to find out that someone had such thoughts. This was a bit blatant. The people of the Snow God Sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa seemed to be involved as well. There are also traces of the Chung clan. The beautiful woman said indifferently, "The little guy's speed of making enemies is quite fast." Hearing these three forces, Jin Jinwang bitterly smiled. Not to mention the Chung clan, the first two could be considered as first-rate forces. One had stood tall in the Source Peak region for many years, while the other was a great force in the Divine Prefecture. However, in terms of reputation, they were far from being comparable to the Nine Deities Shrine. They had existed since the ancient times and were still the overlords of the God realm. They had never been afraid of anyone. Anyway, the little guy is also in closed-door training. There won't be any problems in a short period of time. I'll find some time to go and knock some sense into him. Most likely, he wants to settle old scores or snatch the Linghong sword. The Golden God King stretched and gave a long yawn. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression became somewhat complicated. She said, "Why exactly are you protecting that little guy?" Don't make it sound like I'm a bad person." Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes at her and said, "I just want to protect him. If you saw it that day, actually Xiaoing, you should have felt it too. That child's temperament is just like a child who has just grown up. He's a good piece of unpolished jade that can be carved, so In the name of protecting him, I protected him for a period of time and let him remember the good of the Nine Deities Shrine. Then, I tricked him into joining the Nine Deities Shrine. In the future, he will be another high-level god. This is really wishful thinking. The Fire God King rolled his eyes. Really, how can this be called tricking? This is called guiding. Do you understand? Jin Wang grinned. The other god kings rolled their eyes at him. They had been roaming the world together for so many years. How could they not know what this old bastard was actually thinking? The beautiful woman was only worried that Jin Wang was up to no good. Moreover, with Yun Nuoxing's temperament that was as free as the wind, she might not be tricked into joining the Nine Deities Shrine by Jin Wang. A divine item like the Linghong sword can only be obtained by those who are fated. Just like the spirit of the divine weapon that Yu Xan took away, it is their own ability to obtain it. I don't covet it. I'm just afraid that some people will have bad intentions. Seeing the beautiful woman frowning, Jin Wang smiled. So, where did that little girl go? Hearing him mention Yu'in, the Thunder God King twisted his arm and couldn't help but ask. After coming to Yuan City, they met for the first time. When they met for the second time at Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, Yu Xian disappeared. Later, she also left Yu'in and the two children to them. I don't know. That person can't be measured with normal thinking. His children also can't be understood with normal thinking. Maybe she went somewhere to cause trouble? Jin Wang shook his head. He really wasn't worried about Yu Xen. She had many divine tools and controlled sealing arrays. She could trap or even kill divine underworld experts. He wasn't worried about how many people could touch her. Yu Xian's protection level is the highest in the Nine Deities Shrine. Don't lose her if you don't pay attention. The Fire God King said indifferently. Huh, are you kidding? She has already been lost. Jin Wang jumped up in fright. The other God Kings were stunned. Soon after, they smiled bitterly. It seemed like they hadn't seen Yu Xian for a long time. Right before I came out, our hall master said, if you see Yu Xan, if possible, bring her back to the Nine Deities Shrine. Of course, if she doesn't want to, then let her be. It's fine as long as she is safe. Anyway, there will be a day when we will have to deal with the Nine Deities Shrine. The Water God King raised her head and paused for a moment. Then she said, seriously, if you feel that the 5 of you can't protect Yu Xan, then call the other 4. If you still can't do it, then bring along the eternal divine weapon. If you still can't do it, then let the Great Elder and the others bring along the eternal divine weapon. The God Kings were stunned, and then they all sucked in a cold breath. The Hall Master was going to protect Yu Xen. Yu Xian is that person's child. So, I can understand the Hall Master's words. Jin Wang's face twitched. He took a few deep breaths and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The eternal divine weapon was one of the greatest trump cards of every transcendent force. It was the weapon of a god. In the past, the Nine Deities Shrine had gods. The weapons they left behind were equivalent to half of a god. They could unleash the power of a god. It could be said that it was an extraordinary deterrent. Who would have thought that the Hall Master of the Water God Shrine would say something like, bring along the eternal divine weapon. The Great Elder and the others are all at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld. They haven't been involved in worldly affairs for a long time. As for the Great Elder of the Divine Wood Palace, at least the last time I saw her was 30,000 years ago. The beautiful woman couldn't help but smile bitterly. We are fine. The Great Elder comes out every day. Morning exercise. The Fire God King smiled. The other God Kings. In the sky above Yuan City, the azure spirit array suddenly trembled slightly. Then, the spirit array that was constantly changing suddenly slowed down. It could even be seen with the naked eye. The energy array that was hundreds of thousands of miles long was also quietly changing. Boom! The entire spirit array suddenly trembled violently like a star swaying. That movement startled Jin Jinwang and the others who were thousands of miles away. The noisy Yuan city also stopped abruptly. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads, fear in their eyes. The surging purple flames were like a dazzling sun. The restrictive spirit array couldn't stop it from releasing energy and radiating light. Every time the purple flames pounced on the spirit array, it would cause it to tremble violently. Just one impact alone couldn't cause the entire spirit array to tremble. It was easy to imagine what kind of impact was taking place in the spirit array at this moment. No way. Again, you're moving. Jin Jinwang could not help but curse. With such violent tremors, the purple night flame was not calm at all. The other god kings were speechless. What kind of terrible description was that? However, they did not have the time to complain. The water god king waved her hands, and a majestic aura slowly surged out from her body. A huge spirit array suddenly stood in front of the mountain. Light flowed on it, and it looked extremely tough. Wang. However, just when everyone thought the spirit array was about to collapse and the water god king was prepared to withstand the impact, countless black runes appeared from the spirit array. They densely covered the surface of the spirit array. They were so profound and complicated that no one could understand them. The moment the runes appeared, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. It poured into the spirit array like water ripples. The vibrating spirit array gradually calmed down. Phew! Seeing the spirit array gradually calming down, the entire city let out a sigh of relief. They thought the spirit array was about to collapse. Chapter 166. The black runes were like tightened reins that once again restrained the wild horse that had just broken free. The surging faint purple flames also calmed down once again. They were still charging at the formation, but they were no longer as crazy as before. Phew, looks like it stopped. Seeing that the black runes had temporarily calmed down the flames, the water god king let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the formation before him dissipated. But there's not much time left. Old water, how long do you think this formation can last? Jin Jinwang asked, wiping away his cold sweat. Hearing that, the water god king narrowed his eyes, staring straight at the huge formation in the distance. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. This is the first time I've seen a divine formation. I'm not sure about its structure, its form, so I can't deduce it. But if it continues to develop like this, I estimate in less than 4 months the seal will be broken. The flames can be dispersed, but not blocked. Even if the person who set up this formation is a god, 60 eras have already passed. After such a long period of time, this powerful formation has already reached the point of exhaustion. So, for months is actually the limit. Water God King analyzed. However, according to Yun Nua Planet's own going in to take a look using the evil spirit eyes inference, it might only be 3 months. And now, a month had already passed, so no one knew which time was correct. For months, huh? Jin Jinwang sighed in distress. Right now, Yun Nuashing was in seclusion, and Yun Nuashing had disappeared. They had 5 Shinming experts here. Including Xiaoxian, it was only 6. She only listened to Yun Nuashing, and in the end, it was possible that Yun Nuashing and the others would act alone. 6 Shinming experts. Jin Jinwang sighed heavily. This number was already very powerful. However, compared to the many independent cultivators, it was still not enough. Those independent cultivators were the greatest variable in this battle. The Light Shrine still hasn't sent anyone? Those old geezers are too low-key, Jin Jinwang suddenly said, as if he was talking to himself. However, when he looked back, he saw Yao Hua and the others slowly walking out of the hall. Yao Hua's words were naturally directed at him. He had been out for a long time, but he hadn't seen the elders of the Light Temple come out. If he had their help this time, snatching the purple night dark flame would only be a matter of minutes. Although the Light Temple didn't have many people, Each one of them was a big shot in the world of cultivation. Their speed had long surpassed the speed of light, and they could even reverse time. This was a power that only rebirth realm experts had. Hearing this, Yao Hua bitterly smiled, waved the golden token in his hand, and said with a bitter smile, "I just finished talking to the elders. The elders said to let us solve it ourselves. The violet night dark flame is only ranked 90th. If we can't obtain it, then forget it. Those old geezers are really irresponsible." The faces of the God Kings immediately darkened when they heard that, and they grumbled. They had never sent anyone out. It had always been Yao Hua traveling outside, and they had always let him deal with everything by himself, even though the Light Shrine had always let their only disciple grow freely. If Yusin was here, we might be able to give it a try. She might be able to snatch it. Divine flames are natural things. No matter which fire element cultivator obtains them, they'll be of great help to them in the future. If she can obtain it, her path in the future will probably be smoother. Jin Jinwang poured a cup of wine and drank it all in a single gulp. He could not help but sigh. Yusin had the element of light and the element of fire. If he had to ask who had the greatest chance of obtaining it, Jin Jinwang felt like it would be her. "God King, are you selling your life for someone else?" Huya frowned when she heard that. She seemed to be rather displeased, and she could not help but mumble. Everyone was stunned when they saw her bitter look. Soon after, they laughed involuntarily. They had forgotten that this little girl was also very interested in the divine flame. It's the fortune of whoever can subdue this thing. Old Jean was just saying it casually. Patting Huiya's head with his palm, the Fire God King said softly with a smile in his eyes. However, he could not help but wipe away his sweat in his heart. According to the situation of the Hall Master and the others, it was really possible for them to join hands and forcefully pave Yusin's future path. A divine flame would make her path much smoother. Of course, he could not say this out loud. The 9 people in front of him were the most talented ones in his family. They were the young talents who would inherit the title of God King in the future. He had to let them experience it, not preach it. Pouting her little mouth, Huaya somewhat gloomily nodded. Of course, she also knew that with Yusin's ability, she might really be able to snatch the violet night dark flame from so many people. They had all personally experienced Yusin's strength, but when they heard Jin Jinwang mention someone else, they were a bit unconvinced. In terms of talent, the 9 of them were not necessarily any weaker than Yusin. Don't worry about little Shinshin. When the violet night dark flame erupts, she will come out. From the side came a crisp and beautiful voice. A red dress gently fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair fluttered like clouds as she gracefully walked over like a fairy. Glancing at the changed formation above Yuan City, Mei Mao's eyes slightly flickered. Seeing her come out, the Fire God King let out a cry of surprise. He looked at Yuan with a bit of surprise. Feeling the blazing aura around her, he couldn't help but say in astonishment, "Mortal Step 11th Extreme, 7th Revolution." Jin Jinwang was also slightly surprised. He remembered that a month ago, Yuan was only around the 10th Extreme. How did her rank soar so much in just a month? Those with good talent would be able to reach the mortal step very quickly, but this speed was a bit excessive. Yao Hua and the others also stiffened. They couldn't help but cough and shake their heads. This was truly abnormal. 1 extreme in a month. At this rate, it wouldn't even take half a year for her to reach the immortal step. Yuan sighed and helplessly said, "There's no other way." Little Shinshin has always been thinking about the violet night dark flame. This time, she seems to be going all out. I have to pave a way for that little fool so that if something goes wrong, I can safely evacuate with her. Yuan added. Also, little Shinshin said that she went into the array to take a look. It seems that it will break in 2 months. 2 months. Jin Jinwang jumped up and widened his eyes. Then he turned his gaze to the Water God King and said, "Old Water, didn't you say 4 months?" Hearing this, the water god king bitterly smiled. Didn't he say that he had never seen the divine restriction array before? After all, it was just a guess. How would I know? I already said that it was just a guess. Are you still in contact with Yuin? The beautiful woman looked at Yuin with some astonishment and said. Yuin nodded. Mei Mao looked at Jin Jinwang and the others, but couldn't help but roll her eyes. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart. If they know that little Star is little Shinshin, I wonder if they will vomit blood. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but smile. At first, she decided to disguise Yin Nuashing as a man. It seemed like it was a very good decision. Until now, no one had seen through her disguise. Seeing her smile mysteriously, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Jin Jinwang looked at the array that sealed the violet night flame and was stunned for a moment. In Yuyan City, in a remote corner of the 3rd floor of Qingyan Restaurant, for people sat there drinking tea out of boredom. There were 2 men and 2 women, and they all looked very handsome. One of the women wore a veil, but from the faint curve of her face, one could see her hazy beauty. The 4 of them were naturally shuai-go, and the others. They looked gloomy and would occasionally look up at the sky. From the empty space in the middle of the restaurant, they looked unfocused, as if they were waiting for someone. Buzz. Not long after, the space in front of the 4 suddenly fluctuated gently, making the 4 of them slightly happy. A moment later, a crack appeared in the space, and a slender figure walked out. The young man had a light smile on his face, and his long hair was casually tied up. Seeing the 4 people in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. He casually sat down and drank a cup of tea. Uncle, why did you come personally? Seeing the young man, Xue Ji's joy immediately turned into astonishment. She smiled bitterly and said, I thought the family wouldn't get involved in this matter. I thought it would just be a random elder coming to deal with it. Haha. Since you 2 are so concerned, how can I not come out to take a look? The young man smiled and looked at Shuai-go and Shuai-qing in surprise. He smiled and said, Brother and I have watched the 2 of you grow up, so we know very well that you 2 are autistic people. Other than the people in your family, you basically have no one to talk to outside. When I heard that you 2 have made friends, all the more I wanted to come and take a look. I want to see what kind of person he is to have abducted our 2 darlings. Shuai-go and Shuai-qing's faces turned red, but they were stunned for a moment. They didn't say anything. Soon after, they seemed to have understood something. Their 4 eyes glared fiercely at Yufeng, causing his teacup to shake and almost spilled tea all over the table. Cough! Well, Uncle and the others asked us to take a look at your situation. I reported it as it was. You won't blame me, right? Murong Yufeng blinked and smiled at the 2 of them. However, what he received in response was 2 slaps at the same time. The courtyard of the sacred Weapon Divine Hall, which had been in ruins, had now been restored to its original state. Everything in the courtyard was in order. Regardless of whether it was Feng Yan and the others, or Duan Yuntai and the others, none of them showed any abnormalities. It was as if they had completely forgotten about what had happened that day. Even the disappearance of Duan Qinghai and Mu Qing did not seem strange. In the hall, Feng Yan and the others stood in a disorderly manner. They looked at the tall figure standing at the front with reverence on their faces. They said respectfully, Elder Lu, everything is ready. We are only waiting for the purple night flame to erupt. That person nodded his head gently when he heard this. A vast and mighty aura slowly flowed out from within his body. Wisps of strange ripples undulated in the air like water ripples, causing Feng Yan's group and the people in the courtyard to be startled. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down from their foreheads. The other old friends probably know about the strange changes in the purple night flame. Be vigilant. The sacred Weapon Divine Hall is determined to win this trip to Yuyan City. The faint voice was filled with determination, causing Feng Yan and the others to quickly nod their heads. But Elder Lu, if the 9 divine hall and the others intervene. Feng Yen thought of something and could not help but ask. The tall figure called Elder Lu seemed to tremble a little. A creaking sound was heard, and the surrounding space started to tremble slightly. This caused Feng Yen to tremble and bow even lower. Then we'll get rid of them while we're at it. The faint voice was filled with coldness, causing Feng Yen and the others to sigh. Was it really okay to offend the 9 divine hall for the purple night flame? However, they still nodded their heads. The sacred weapon divine hall was determined to get the purple night flame. The same scene was happening in the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa, the Snow God sect, and many other places in Yuan City. Needless to say, even ordinary people could feel that something was amiss in Yuan City. Chapter 167. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with seriousness. In front of him were 4 overlapping spirit arrays. If he looked closer, he could see that the 4 spirit arrays were intertwined with each other. The millions of energy lines were intertwined together like a ball of yarn. The 4 spirit arrays came from the same source, but were incompatible with each other. Different types of energy of different attributes were mixed together. If he looked closer, he could see that there was a gap between the 4 spirit arrays. They had not completely fused together, and there seemed to be a few transparent membranes separating them. It's over now. They're tangled together. Damn it. If it wasn't for the fact that 2 spirit arrays didn't have enough time to fuse, I wouldn't have fused all 4 spirit arrays together. Yun Nuashing's body was covered in cold sweat. Looking at the 4 spirit arrays that were on the verge of going berserk, he could not help but want to curse. With his strength, it was too difficult to carry out such complicated changes. Not to mention him, even a true spirit array grandmaster would not be able to do it. Looks like I have to ask for external help. Yun Nuashing slowly exhaled. He glanced at his body that had become much more illusory. More than half of his black hair that reached his waist had turned snow white. When he was forcefully fusing the spirit arrays, previously, he had almost caused them to explode. With a gentle wave of his hand, a ray of light landed on the 4 spirit arrays. Immediately, the spirit arrays that were releasing berserk energy rapidly shrank in the span of a few breaths. In the end, they were only the size of a palm. However, the energy that they were releasing did not decrease by much. It's better to ask Xiaoxi for help. If it doesn't work, I'll ask the Water God King for help. However, he might not care about me. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. After this experiment, he finally felt how difficult it was to fuse the spirit arrays. With his tiny spiritual strength, he could not completely control the 4 spirit arrays. However, if this spirit array is completed, it will combine the powerful attacks of the 10,000 spirits killing array and the sacred artifact array, the various types of energy of the elemental conversion array, and the refinement of the condensation array. It will solve my weakness of not being able to maintain it due to my lack of strength. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. Then she couldn't help but laugh. If this formation was completed, in addition to the many divine artifacts on his body, he would probably be able to contend against a divine underworld elite. As he laughed, Yun Nuashing suddenly shook his head and looked at the sky with a serious expression. Although he was in the spiritual world, he had always been paying attention to the movements in the outside world. This was to prevent him from being in seclusion for too long and not being aware of the purple night dark flame erupting. If he came out of seclusion and the purple night dark flame was already taken away, then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Once the purple night dark flames erupted, even if the array was not completed, he could only brace himself and face it. In the secret room, the huge cocoon of light suddenly trembled gently. Afterwards, the entangled threads slowly dispersed, and Yun Nuashing's body was gently placed on the stone bed. A moment later, she opened her eyes somewhat weakly. She looked around and discovered that only Yishi was there. The 2 girls had run off somewhere. Sitting up with a bitter smile, Yun Nuashing looked at Yishi. There was a dazzling array of materials piled up beside her. To his surprise, she was holding the beast skin of the nether abyss shark that she had bought the other day. She could see many profound energy patterns engraved on it. Faint golden energy circulated, making it seem extremely sacred. The faint golden light illuminated the dark secret room. Saint Technique Array. Looking at the golden array slowly engraved on the beast's skin, Yun Nuashing's gaze became somewhat serious. It looked like she really did not have any confidence in this trip. She had used a Saint Technique array right off the bat, and it was a sealing array at that. The forbidden power was extremely similar to the aura of the 10,000 spirits killing array. Those materials are not cheap either. Yun Nuashing's face could not help but twitch when he inadvertently glanced at the pile of materials to the side. There were many things that he had never seen before. There were some that he might have recognized, but he could not recognize them because he had never seen them before. The energy ripples that overflowed from the beast's skin made his heart pound heavily. Looks like it's almost done. Let's wait a while. Staring at the dark blue beast skin that was about to turn golden, Yun Nuashing murmured enviously, "Where's the array diagram? When can I engrave one?" Engraving array diagrams was something that only grandmasters of formations could do. Every array diagram was very precious. Arrays that were engraved on a map did not require the user to use their own energy to activate. During battle, they could definitely cause unimaginable damage to the enemy if they were caught off guard. Of course, most of the array diagrams that could be bought on the market could only be used once. Only grandmasters of formations could engrave array diagrams that could be used repeatedly, and they also required the assistance of many materials. Of course, it did not mean that a grandmaster could engrave array diagrams. The creation of array diagrams required specialized methods. Carelessly engraving an array onto a scroll or beast skin would not last for long. Even if it could be activated, there would be deviations in the structure and the power would be damaged. Moreover, there was a failure rate when engraving array diagrams, and the failure rate was not low. It consumed a lot of energy and resources, which was why a high-level array diagram was so expensive. The evil spirit looked outside the secret room, towards the outside of Yuyan City. Seeing the black talisman that looked like the demon sealing talisman sealing the huge array, his pupils could not help but shrink. The talisman seems to be absorbing the purple night flame and forcefully sealing the array that has cracks. But why do I feel that the array is collapsing faster and faster? After pondering for a moment with a frown, Yun Nuashing could only shake his head. He stared at the beast skin that was about to turn golden in Yi Shi's hand. On it, a palm-sized array was about to take shape, and it seemed like it would be completed soon. Ha! After letting out a long yawn, Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyes and looked away from the golden beast skin. Blue flames rose from his fingertips as he wrote a few words in the air. He waved his hand and had it float in front of Yi Shi. Then he crossed his legs, took a few deep breaths, and entered a state of cultivation to recover the huge amount of energy he had consumed. Originally, when he was in the heaven ascension state, he was constantly refining energy. Before entering the heaven ascension state, he had even engraved in energy, condensing array in the secret room, which gathered all the energy from a few hundred meters in the air. With such a huge amount of energy, it was reasonable to say that he would not run out of energy. However, if he wanted to fuse the 4 arrays, the amount of energy required was not small. After a few times, he gradually became unable to meet the demand. Helplessly, he could only withdraw from the fusion. Moreover, his soul power was almost exhausted. Just as he entered the state of cultivation, he unexpectedly discovered that there were 2 waves of energy in his soul that he had never sensed before. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. After a moment, with a thought, his consciousness sank into the soul between his eyebrows. What he saw was a huge silver imprint. It was the silver imprint that Xian Yin had left in his soul. It seemed to be a type of imprint of a god. Behind the imprint, there were 2 balls of light that he had never seen before. One was scarlet and the other was a brilliant rainbow. What is this? He had not noticed it before, but now that he saw it, he was shocked. However, he was not too worried. Since these two balls of light could bypass the imprint of a god that Xian Yin had left behind, they probably would not be harmful to him. The almost transparent soul stood in front of these two balls of light. He crossed his arms and looked at them for a while. Just as he was about to reach out and touch them, he felt a wave of energy flow into his soul. This made him slightly happy. This was Yi Shi's soul wave. His consciousness quickly broke free from his soul. Just as he opened his eyes, he met a pair of wine-red crystal eyes that were only a few inches away from him. This made him stunned for a moment. His handsome face blushed, and he gently pushed her away with both hands. Then, with a thought, the array that was entangled into a ball of twine appeared in front of him. Yi Shi rolled her eyes at him. Mei Mao turned around and looked at the four arrays that were entangled with each other. There were even a few bolts of energy that were constantly emitting, which made her a little speechless. Are you planning to throw this mess to your cute little sister and not care about it? Yun Nuoxing quickly waved his hand and laughed dryly. I ask for your help, not for you to finish it alone. Hearing this, Yi Shi sighed. If I was still at my peak strength, it's not that I can't torment them to a conclusion. But now, even with the help of your evil spirit, it's really difficult to make the four of them fuse together. Her slender fingers kept poking Yun Nuoxing's head. Yi, she said angrily, even an 8th level master would fuse two arrays together. Who would be like you, fusing 4 arrays together? Isn't this, seeing that there's not much time left, I have to hurry. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. It was not like he wanted to do all 4 of them together. His handsome face turned bitter, and he rubbed his face against Yi Shi's little face. He cried, Xiaoxi, help your stupid brother. Yi Shi's pretty face turned red from his rubbing. She quickly pushed him away and suppressed her turbulent state of mind. She quickly said, Okay, I'll help you. Other than me, who else can help you, Brother Nuo? After saying that, she waved her hand and summoned the 4 arrays in front of her. Then she waved her hand at Yun Nuoxing and said, Brother Nuo, I want your eyes. Yun Nuoxing nodded and opened his evil spirit eye. Palm-sized arrays appeared. Then his hands formed hand seals with lightning speed, condensing the arrays on his palms and gently sending them into Yi Shi's eyes. Then Yun Nuoxing's 2 bright eyes quickly dimmed and finally returned to their original pitch-black color. After borrowing Yun Nuoxing's evil spirit eye, Yi Shi also took a deep breath. A dignified expression appeared on her small face. She rolled up her overly long and wide sleeves and stretched out 2 small hands. The hand seals also slowly changed. Seeing that Yi Shi had become serious, Yun Nuoxing could only enter a state of cultivation. At the same time, he also paid attention to Yi Shi. Although he had lent his evil spirit eye to her, he still controlled the output of energy. He had to ensure that his body was full of energy. The secret chamber became quiet once again. Although this place was quiet, the other places had become increasingly chaotic. Within Yuan City, the friction between the various major forces had become increasingly intense. Within Yuan City, there were large and small battles happening almost every day. It was somewhat similar to the chaos in Divine Weapon City. The ordinary people in Yuan City had also been evacuated by Jin Jinwang's group and the people of the Yuan Pavilion. Those who remained were the original forces of Yuan City, or those who had rushed over from all over the world. As the ordinary people completely left, the battles in Yuan City became even more intense. Jin Jinwang's group only shook their heads and sighed in response to this. They did not think about doing anything about it. Even the young Xinming from the Yuan Pavilion was the same. At this moment, there were many powerful people in Yuan City. God Kings and God Kings could be seen everywhere. Jin Jinwang estimated that there were at least 100 Xinming experts, and this was only under the condition that everyone was not present yet. As Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi worked on the project, The spies of many large organizations had already been secretly sent out to investigate the ceiling formation in the sky, as well as the traces of other organizations. Even the mountain forest where the Nine Gods Hall had settled down had become extremely busy. Of course, it was not just a single organization that did something like this. As a result, when the two sides met in the sky, another great battle broke out. With the new grievances stacked on top of the old, some organizations almost could not help but declare war. After some calculations, Jin Jinwang and the other god kings felt that something was amiss. They uprooted the mountain and moved it away overnight. Only when they were 100,000 kilometers away from Yuyan City did they reluctantly put it down. Afterwards, Jin Jinwang went out and even moved the graceful woman called Xiao Xian and Shui Ji's group over. Yun Nuoxing only opened his eyes when he saw this. He did not pay too much attention to it. He stared at the four formations between him and Yi Shi. They had completely stabilized now. Under Yi Shi's terrifying control of the soul, the millions of energy patterns began to fuse together rapidly. It seemed like they were almost done. After more than a month had passed, the black symbols began to dim under the gazes of the crowd. At this point in time, a large portion of the symbols had already disappeared. The churning pale purple flame wave behind them clearly appeared in everyone's line of sight. As a matter of fact, they could even feel a wave of scorching heat when they stood before the formation. The huge formation was like a balloon that began to leak. Strands of flames had already spouted out from the cracks. Boom! The undercurrent in Yuyan City continued for around half a month. Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi emerged from a pillar of blue flames, announcing to everyone that they had emerged from seclusion. Under the illumination of the blue light, Jin Jinwang became rather stunned. "I'll call you the heaven refining formation," looking at the pillar of blue flames that soared into the sky and burned the horizon. Yun Nuoxing grinned. He looked at Yi Shi, who had fainted after the formation was successfully fused. He also smiled gently and hugged her as they lay down on the side. In just a few days, they arrived at the Yun Nua planet in the blink of an eye. The 2 months that Yu Xian mentioned, when the sun rose, the gold god king, the water god king, and the others all opened their eyes at the same time. Several beams of light shot out from the manor, causing the space to ripple. However, they waited from morning until night. They stared until their eyes were sore, but they didn't see the moment the purple night flame erupted. Instead, they saw that the black talismans and formation had already dimmed to a terrifying degree. However, the wave of violet flames behind them had inexplicably calmed down. Even the cracks that occasionally spouted flames had calmed down. Everyone was confused by this strange phenomenon. They didn't know what was going on. If the purple night flame sneezed again, the formation would break, right? Some people couldn't hold back and tried to break the formation with their own hands. In the end, the energy they released was reflected back, and they were almost beaten to death. At this point, everyone could only look on helplessly and didn't dare to act recklessly. Under this strange weight, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Every night, after sending off the blue moon or the red moon and ushering in the morning, an unexpected person appeared in the manor of the Nine Gods Temple. Her red clothes fluttered like fire, and her beautiful hair flowed like a waterfall. Under the setting sun, she looked somewhat divine and ethereal. As soon as she entered, she started playing with Ming and Little Purple Soul. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shui Ge and the others were even more surprised. When did such a beautiful person come to the Nine Gods Temple? He had been here for almost 2 months and hadn't seen her before. Shu, it's about time. Seeing Jin Jinwang and the others become impatient and hesitant, Yun Nuoxing, how could Yu Xian not know what they were thinking? She raised a slender finger in front of her mouth and pointed at the blue disk that had risen up as if it had been bitten. She smiled mysteriously. Everyone was confused, but seeing Yu Xian and Yu Yin reunite after a long time, they couldn't disturb them and could only look on helplessly. This kind of anxiety lasted for about 4 hours. In the manor of the Nine Gods Temple, Uxin and Yishi, who were sitting cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, suddenly opened their eyes. They raised their heads and looked at the 2 full moons that almost touched the sky. They couldn't help but murmur. In the middle of the moon, 2 moons appear at the same time. The purple night descends. At the same time, the purple night flame at the top of Yuan City surged wildly. Its brilliant light was like a star, and the broken formation quietly disintegrated under countless shocked gazes. The 2 moons appear at the same time, and the purple night descends. The meaning of the 2 words, purple night descends, was that on this day the world was its stage. The purple night flame had finally crossed over 60 eras and descended upon the world once again at this moment. Chapter 168. Boom! When the 2 huge moons in the starry sky slowly ascended to the sky, a powerful energy, fluctuation, suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon after, countless light, purple energy, mist spread out from the void. Faintly, one could hear the sound of space vibrating as it reverberated between heaven and earth. The atmosphere resonates. The fire element density in this area is rapidly rising. Uxin slowly stood up from the edge of the cliff. She lowered her head and looked at the light purple energy mist that filled the sky. She took a breath and felt her lungs burning. She could not help but mutter to herself. Swish! The space beside Uxin gently fluctuated while she was muttering to herself. Immediately, a couple of human figures quietly appeared. Within a couple of breaths, they had completely appeared beside Uxin. They were the Gold Divine Kings group. Over a dozen people hurriedly ran out from the manor behind them. The fire element density is rising so quickly. The purple night dark flame is coming out. Beside Uxin, the Fire God King could not help but have a grave expression when he sensed the terrifying fire element density. Uxin gently nodded her head. This place was still 100,000 miles away from Yuan City. However, the rate at which the fire element density soared was not much slower than the center. In less than an hour, there would be countless experts hurrying towards the place where the purple night dark flame would descend. Even though many people knew that they did not have the ability to subdue the purple night dark flame, they still held onto a fluke mentality. After all, if anyone could obtain the purple night dark flame and refine it, their strength would undoubtedly soar by leaps and bounds. At that time, they would be able to easily defeat those who were far stronger than them. For alchemists and blacksmiths, it was a sharp tool that would allow them to rise rapidly in the future. The temptation was not small. When are we leaving? Yao Hua could not help but ask, eager to give it a try. Uxin frowned slightly upon hearing this. She shook her head and was just about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. She abruptly lifted her head and looked towards the direction of Yuan City in the night sky. An unusually intense light had suddenly been emitted from the distant sky. This kind of light contained an extremely frightening temperature. The pale purple energy ripples spread apart and swiftly rushed past them. No one knew just how large the area it had affected was. Even though they were 50,000 kilometers away, it still caused one to feel a hot feeling surging from the bottom of their hearts. Purple star, the purple night flame has broken its seal. That light was like a light purple star. When Uxin saw that bright light, she sucked in a breath of cold air. The array was already in an extremely fragile state. The purple night flame would only break the seal on the day of the purple night descent. Because on this night, when the 2 moons appeared, the entire world would be its territory. Its energy would be amplified without limit. Boom! The extremely terrifying presence and ripples finally arrived at this moment. The surroundings constantly boomed, and the expressions of the God Kings changed drastically under the terrifying ripples. They hurriedly created a huge barrier of energy, while Uxin, Yishi, and the Water God King used their own formations to block the ripples. Just when they were done with their preparations, the terrifying ripples arrived unexpectedly. A deafening roar accompanied by an overclocked shock wave rolled over. making everyone feel as if a huge mountain was slamming down on them. The shock wave lasted for less than a second, but it made everyone groan in unison. The array and barrier were completely shattered. Peak God Emperor Yi, she casually wiped away the bloodstains on the side of her mouth. Her face completely changed when she sensed the terrifying ripples of divinity and energy. She could not help but call out sternly. Their faces twitched a few times. Jin Wang and the others looked at each other. They had been warned by Yi Shi before, but they still could not help but feel shocked when they faced the Purple Night Flame's attack. Go now. Suppressing the churning qi and blood in her body, Yu Xian's eyes faintly flickered. Just as she said these 3 words in a deep voice, she was stunned. Her eyes were filled with shock as she looked to the front. Her voice was somewhat sharp due to shock. Go! Go to the sky. Don't stop here. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden chains shot out from her sleeves and wrapped around Yu Yin and the girls. Light elements surged out of her body, and she suddenly flew into the sky. When Jin Wang and the others saw this, they did not have time to ask why. They grabbed Yao Hua, Shui Ge, and the others and hurriedly followed Yin Nuashing into the sky. Boom! As soon as they left the mountain, they felt an extremely terrifying heat coming from below. When they lowered their heads, they saw a vast wave of faint purple flames. It was like a curtain of magma that covered the sky and earth. It surged over from afar. In just a few breaths' time, the space beneath their feet was completely devoured. It continued to flow into the distance. Gulp, the monstrous sea of flames raged in the space below. It was only a few hundred meters away from them. If they had been a little slower, it would have been their turn to be devoured. Let's move now. No matter what, let's go to Yan City and take a look at the situation. Yu Xian violently patted her chest. Her face was slightly pale. If she had not kept her evil spirit eye open and saw the faint purple flames rapidly approaching, would she have died here? Jin Wang and the others were stunned. They looked at each other for a while. Soon after, they violently nodded their heads. They turned around and said to Yao Hua and the others in a deep voice, "All of you go back first. This trip is dangerous. It's not a joke. We also want to go and take a look. God King, after waiting for so long, at least let us see what the purple night dark flame looks like." When they heard this, Yao Hua and the others immediately revealed pitiful expressions. They bitterly begged, causing Jin Wang to lose his temper. "Old water, throw them into the spiritual world." Shaking his head, Jin Wang helplessly said to the Water God King. Yu Xian turned her head. Her eyes flickered. She saw the Water God King tear open a faint green spatial crack in the space and shove Yao Hua, Shui Ge, and the others into it. She suddenly remembered that Yi Shi's spiritual world was also a spiritual world. However, it had evolved to a higher level. It seemed that only the god of hell could open a spiritual world. Thinking of this, she also let Ming and little purple soul enter Yi Shi's spiritual world. This trip is very dangerous. If you meet any danger that you can't handle, retreat first. Your life is the most important thing. Jin Wang said in a deep voice. They were the elites of the 9 god temples. If their losses were too great, the 9 god temples would also be damaged. If they could snatch it, then snatch it. However, there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. In fact, his words were directed at Yu Xian. "Yeah, stop staring at me." When she heard this, Yu Xian could not help but bitterly smile. "If you want to say it, then say it. Why are you all staring at me? Stop talking. You're the only one who likes to cause trouble." Everyone reprimanded her in unison. This made her smile bitterly. "Let's go." When he saw this, Jin Wang did not waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, his body turned into a stream of light and rapidly shot out. Then, he shot towards Yan City as fast as lightning. Behind him, everyone followed closely. When the 9 god temples began to mobilize the Source Peak region, ultimate plain region, and even the divine prefecture. All the great sects and forces that received the news flew over in large groups at this moment. Then, with the whooshing sound of wind breaking, they flew across the sky in batches. Their goal was surprisingly the same. They were all pointing towards the center of the Sourcepeak region. In just half an hour, half of the realm of the gods was in an uproar. Whoosh! In the sky, there was suddenly the sound of wind breaking. A group of figures flew over from the distant horizon. Little she, that's the divinity fluctuation of a peak emperor god. Apart from you, who else can sense it? Uxian raised her head and looked into the distance. She hurriedly transmitted her voice. A dazzling purple light was released continuously like a purple sun. As they got closer and closer, waves of extremely terrifying heat came towards them. Even though other than her and Yin, Jin Jinwang and the others were all underworld gods, they were all sweating profusely. She was currently hiding in Yi, Shi's forbidden magic array. As one of the two weakest people here, she could not withstand such high temperatures. Damn it, this purple night dark flame is enough to heat me up like a dog. The blue fire is suppressed to the point that it can't come out. Uxian gritted her teeth and sighed heavily. As long as you're a mid-level underworld emperor, you should be able to sense it. However, it won't be very clear. Only high-level underworld emperors or peak underworld emperors will be able to clearly sense the divinity fluctuation of a god emperor. Yi, she transmitted her voice. Uxian nodded. She turned her head and looked at Jin Jinwang and the others. However, she sighed. Underworld gods were first-rate experts in the realm of the gods. However, at this level of strength, they could only resist the heat emitted by the purple night dark flame. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the mutated purple night dark flame was. You're worried that someone will notice that something is wrong and report it back. That will attract even more experts. Yi, she asked softly. Uxian nodded. If someone discovered that the purple night dark flame had the might of a god emperor, there would probably be high-level gods madly rushing over for it. Little Xan, we've seen at least 100 groups of people along the way. This is only 100,000 miles. Looking at the direction they're heading, they're also heading for the purple night dark flame. It looks like this time it's going to be an earth-shattering fight. Yin and Mei Mao scanned their surroundings and wiped off their sweat. The fire element in her body had already exceeded the purest level. However, even so, it was still difficult to resist the heat. Uxian smiled bitterly and nodded. Those who would appear on this path at this time were most likely teams with the same goal. However, she did not take it to heart. The strongest among those fellows were only divine underworld powerhouses. The 8 ancient families. I can sense their fluctuations. This fluctuation is the Qi family. Fire God King looked into the distance and suddenly felt something. He immediately said in a low voice, "Let's speed up." Jin Jinwang nodded and said in a low voice, 100,000 miles was not very far for them. Without Uxian's light element, it would only take them half an hour. The two burdens did not fall behind under Yi, Shi's lead. After increasing their speed, Uxian and the rest arrived at the location of Yuyan City in about half an hour. Originally, there were lofty mountains outside, but now, when Uxian and the rest appeared here again, the lush mountain range that they saw before was nowhere to be seen. There was only a monstrous purple sea of fire that covered the heaven and earth below. A terrifying temperature rose from the sea of fire below, causing the space within 100,000 miles to be in an extremely distorted state. It would shatter with the slightest touch. The mighty sea of fire extends for hundreds of thousands of miles. It's like a flame that can destroy the world. Looking at the huge purple wave that appeared before them, Jin Jinwang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. What are you chanting for? What hundreds of thousands of miles? Look at the surging waves. I'm afraid it can extend for millions of miles. The fire god king rolled his eyes at him. 100 miles in front of them, they could see the purple sea of fire rolling up thousands of Zhongtal fire waves. They splashed on the sea surface and created thousands of layers of massive waves, pushing the sea of fire further away. Every time the sea of fire surged, the scorching temperature would rise and dry people's mouths and tongues. What about Yuyan City? The beautiful woman stared at the sea of fire below, but she could not see any green life aura. She could not help but ask. It should have been destroyed. Yu Xian wiped off her sweat. Yuyan City was at the center of the eruption of the purple night flames. In an instant, they would be engulfed. No matter how powerful the Yuyan Pavilion was, they could not protect Yuyan City. Whoosh whoosh! Not long after Yu Xian and the rest appeared in the sky above the churning waves, waves of rushing wind sounds were continuously transmitted from all directions. Numerous figures came to a stop far away from the space where the huge waves were crashing against the shore. Their gazes contained some shock as they looked at the purple ocean. All of them knew that before tonight there was still a city that was filled with life below. I don't think we can pass through. Don't absorb the energy here. It will burn. Fire God King looked at the waves in front of them for a long time and said, Yu Xian, what did you see last time? Jin Jinwang turned his gaze and asked softly. Little Xian and Xue Ji's uncle were shocked as they looked at Yu Xian in shock. She had peeped inside the array before? Yu Xian shook her head. I don't remember how far I saw it the last time. When I crossed it, there were only waves. However, it was not as fierce as it is now. I estimate that we will have to go to the center of Yuyan City to see the purple night flame. The gold divine king nodded when he heard this. While they were waiting quietly, the space suddenly wiggled. Soon after, a platform suddenly rushed out from the void. A frightening aura that caused one's expression to change stealthily spread out. Immediately, it attracted all the attention in the area. Under everyone's attentive gazes, numerous gazes looked towards the huge floating platform. Looking at the few figures on it, their hearts jumped. Emperor of the Underworld. Yi Shi's pupils constricted as she gazed at the purple-clothed figure at the head of the group. He exuded a terrifying aura. She couldn't help but cry out softly. Chapter 169. A few figures slowly appeared on the floating platform with a group of people standing behind them. As the floating platform was completely revealed from the void, there were actually more than a dozen people on the floating platform. The purple-clothed old man in the lead had a face that did not appear withered. Instead, it was somewhat ruddy and smooth. His snow-white hair draped over his back, making him seem like a crane with white hair and a youthful face. He had his hands behind his back as he calmly looked at the turbulent purple waves. However, it was this seemingly ordinary old man that caused Yi Shi's expression to become slightly serious. Among the many figures behind the old man, one of them had seen Jin Jinwang and the others before. It was the young man, Xinming. When they saw the young man, Jin Jinwang and the others immediately realized who he was. Perhaps he was the pavilion master of the Pavilion of Hidden Flame, an underworld emperor. In the Source Peak region, they were a well-deserved first-rate organization. Moreover, the Pavilion of Hidden Flame and Hidden Flame City had both existed since the ancient times. They had existed since the violet night flames had been discovered. Who could say that they did not have some tricks up their sleeves after surviving 3 eras? Since the mythological era until now, how many sects had disappeared with the passage of time? And how many had tenaciously survived after the change of era? The 9 divine temples and the 8 ancient families were examples. Now, in the public's knowledge, these 2 were the greatest representatives. They had been passed down from the primordial era until now. Perhaps there were still a few people who remembered that the Serene Flame Pavilion was one of them, Underworld Emperor. Jin Jinwang and the others were instead relieved when they sensed the person's great strength. It was normal for a first-rate organization that was renowned in the Source Peak region to have an underworld emperor. This was still within the range of what they could accept. However, Since the pavilion of hidden flame possessed the strength to survive the change of eras, they must have quite the heritage as well. When Jin Jinwang looked over, the violet-robed old man seemed to sense it as well. He slowly turned his head and looked at Jin Jinwang with his emotionless eyes. Afterwards, he looked at the God Kings to the side and studied them. However, he did not even glance at Yu Xian and Yi Shi. He said indifferently, "People of the Nine Divine Hall, Jin Jinwang and the others have actually brought a child to a place like this. That's the divinity of a peak emperor of the underworld." When that pair of flickering eyes saw Yi Shi, some ripples surfaced in them. Some graveness also surged into the indifferent voice. However, he furrowed his brows and asked curiously, "But why is your strength only at the ordinary stage?" The fluctuation of divinity cannot be concealed. This is indeed the fluctuation of the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld, and it has even come into contact with the level of the Emperor God. However, her strength is indeed only at the ordinary level. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion said faintly, causing everyone behind him to be confused. Pavilion master, according to the people from the Soul Lotus sect, a major event happened in Yuyan City a year ago. That underworld emperor participated in it, but he was seriously injured by someone using a divine artifact. When he reappeared, he was already in this state. As for the specifics, they did not say. That young Shinming took a step forward and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion nodded slightly and said, "She cut off her own cultivation. Since she has already fallen from the Emperor of the Underworld, there is no need to fear her. We only need to deal with the purple night flame." His voice was very strange. He had always maintained an indifferent tone, which made people feel uncomfortable. It was very strange. "Pavilion Master, you just said that there was a change in the purple night flame." That young Shinming nodded and asked again, "The divinity of an Emperor God, do you think that the purple night flame, which is ranked 90th, can do this?" The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion raised his head and glanced at him faintly. The light of the purple flame shone on his face. There was no expression on his face, giving people a feeling that his facial features were already stiff. The most eye-catching thing was this person's pair of eyes. His eyes were violet red, and it was an extremely pure, deep red. In his eyes, the whites of his eyes had turned crimson red, and his pupils were as black as ink. However, there was a small flame burning in the center. Being stared at by those eyes, a violent feeling would rise in one's heart. Emperor God. Hearing these two words, that young Shinming's hands could not help but tremble slightly. These two words represented the peak of strength in the realm of the gods. Only by stepping into the Emperor God level could one stand at the top of the pyramid. In the era where the gods did not appear, the Emperor God level powerhouses were the strongest in the realm of the gods. Being stared at by the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion, Yi Shi also felt it. She raised her head and glanced at that person, but she saw that he had already turned his gaze back. She could not help but frown. She also knew that her divinity had been sensed. It was a fluctuation that came from the soul. Only people of her level could sense it, and it was difficult to conceal. Wrinkling her little nose, Yi Shi transmitted her voice to Yu Xen, around the 5th transformation of the Emperor of the Underworld. How strange! For a force that can cross 20 eras and experience the change of eras, the strongest person should not only have this level of strength. However, looking at the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion, it seemed that he did not take her seriously. She could not help but sneer in her heart. Her cultivation had indeed dropped, but if he thought that she did not have any tricks up her sleeves, then he would have to pay the price in blood. As a former emperor of the underworld, how could she not have any special tricks up her sleeves? She was also a magic array grandmaster. The power of her soul was strong enough to make up for the loss of her cultivation. That people of your stage, I don't understand the words you speak. Can you speak human language? Hearing her say a bunch of strange words, Uxian rolled her eyes and muttered. She shrugged her shoulders cutely and stuck out her little tongue. She smiled and said, I can't. Uxian rolled her eyes at her and immediately turned her gaze to the sea of fire below. She carefully opened her evil spirit eye. Her dazzling eyes looked through the sea of fire and looked down. However, she found that the sea of fire seemed to have turned the entire area from the sky to the ground into a magma area. Below, there were thick and viscous purple flames. The deeper she looked, the darker the flames were. These flames contained the power of the stars. Feeling a mysterious and ethereal energy fluctuation, Uxian's eyes flashed slightly. The purple night flame was originally born in the starry sky. It would only descend from the starry sky when it was formed. The purple flames filled the sky like a rain of fire. She did not expect that it would also contain such dense power of the stars. Is this the reason why it wants to break the seal during the purple night? When the two moons appeared at the same time, the power of the stars falling on the god realm would reach its peak. At that time, the strength of the purple night dark flame born in the star field would reach its peak. She said that it already had the divinity fluctuations of a peak god emperor, coupled with the special characteristics of the divine flame and the special state it was in tonight. It might even be difficult for a newly ascended god rank expert to subdue it. That's not right. Before tonight, the purple night flame seemed to have stopped attacking the seal for a few nights. Uxian felt that something was amiss. However, before she could figure out what was going on, she looked down and saw a transparent barrier. Inside, there were buildings. This caused her eyes to narrow slightly. She lifted her head and saw a huge energy barrier covering Yuyan City, blocking the destructive flames. Yuyan City is still there. It's the energy fluctuation of the Emperor of the Underworld. After sensing it for a while, Uxian knew that the pavilion master of the Yuyan Pavilion must have set up something to protect Yuyan City. She glanced around, but did not see anyone. It seemed that Yuyan City had become an empty city. Those experts were all gone. She did not know if they had escaped before the purple night flame erupted, or if they had not escaped in time and were burned to ashes. Uxian stared at the sea of fire for a long time. In the end, she could not stand the heat and quickly closed her evil spirit eye. It was at this moment that she heard a loud sound of wind breaking. She saw a huge lotus riding on the waves of fire and quickly passing through the sea of fire below. The splashing waves of fire were pushed far away. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to the side of the group of people from the Yuyan Pavilion. Haha, Brother Fu Bin, you're finally back. When Uxian looked towards the direction of the lotus flower, several figures also appeared on the lotus flower. A trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. The person who spoke on the lotus flower was actually someone she had seen before. It was the man who had fought against she that night. The man who had used 2 lotus divine artifacts and the man who had used the man-made red lotus karmic fire. He was an extremely powerful divine underworld expert. He's also an emperor of the underworld. The one that day was just a clone. Seeing that she was stunned, Yishi added, which made her suck in a breath of cold air, 2 underworld emperors. It seemed that the Serene Flame Pavilion and the Soul Lotus sect had already come to an agreement. Destroy the hypocritical group and expose the real group. She smiled and whispered, Do you understand now, my dear sister Wu Yuansu? Uxian rolled her eyes and looked behind the youth. As expected, she saw a few people who had fought with him on the platform that night. In other words, Yishi had already known that the people on the platform were not from the Yuyan Pavilion. It was just that the people from the Yuyan Pavilion had returned later. So, what's your purpose, my lovely Xiaoxi? If you say it's a joke, I'm going to spank your little butt. Uxian's face twitched a few times. She took a deep breath and calmly transmitted her voice. I originally wanted to tell others that the Soul Lotus sect and the Yuyan Pavilion had joined hands to create trouble. I didn't expect that not many people would notice it. Even if one person knew about it and exposed it, even if Sister Lu didn't take action that day, we wouldn't be able to continue playing and would retreat. I didn't expect that the people in the Yuan city were so stupid. She stuck out her tongue. She didn't expect that no one in the Yuan city knew the people from the Soul Lotus sect. If you had spread the message that day, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be just 2 Emperor of the Underworld experts that came today. It would be a group of Emperor of the Underworld experts, and even Emperor God experts. Xian rolled her eyes. If someone knew that the 2 first-rate forces had joined hands just for the Purple Night Dark Flame, they would be able to see that there was something wrong with the Purple Night Dark Flame. They would be more vigilant. Then the number of experts that came today would be more than just a few. At that time, I didn't expect that the Purple Night Dark Flame would mutate. She poked her little finger and said in a sweet voice. Xian was completely speechless. Guiju, when I wasn't here, thank you for guarding the Yuan city. The pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion was slightly stunned. He looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that the person from the Soul Lotus sect was riding the huge lotus and landed on their platform. His voice contained a hint of a smile. The Soul Lotus sect elders by the name of Guiju waved his hand and said with a smile, I have only sent a clone over. The sect elders of the Soul Lotus sect are all extremely stubborn. I was unable to persuade them. Thus, I could only come here myself. The pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion rolled his eyes at him. Then he looked at Yi Shi and said softly, That girl, who is she? Guiju was also stunned. Soon after, he turned his gaze around. When he saw Yi Shi, he knew what Yi Shi was talking about and told her everything that had happened that night. Fortunately, his clone was destroyed when he detonated the Soul Lotus. So, he didn't know that Yun Nuashing had used the Linghong sword. Even the pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion didn't receive the complete information. Abyssal Shrine. After hearing Guiju's words, the pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion looked a little solemn. However, not long after, the young man said, Pavilion master, I heard that the girl left the Abyssal Shrine after her cultivation fell. Then, she followed the people of the 9 Shrine. We didn't see any experts coming to the Yuan city. Hearing this, the pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion nodded. His eyes that were dyed with flames looked at the waves and became calm again. Chapter 170. As time went by, more and more people came from afar. Xian withdrew her attention and glanced at the people around her. She realized that no matter if it was the Soul Lotus sect or the other forces, there were only 4 or 5 people. She suddenly said, There don't seem to be many people from each force. Other than the Serene Flame Pavilion, there are only 4 or 5 people from the other forces. Subduing the Purple Night Flame doesn't depend on the number of people. After 60 eras of operation by the Purple Night Flame, this sealed land has become a tiger's den. Even if an expert from the underworld god realm enters, he can only barely protect himself. From the moment we entered this sea of fire, the battle horn has been blown. Jin Jinwang's golden eyes looked around and smiled. Then why aren't they going over? Xian scratched her head. The place where the huge wave hit and splashed water was still a long way from here. She guessed that it was only officially close to the Purple Night Flame. They are waiting. They are waiting for the sealing power in this area to completely fade away before they enter. Although the sealing array has been broken, there is still a huge amount of sealing power left in this space. If they rush in rashly, they will probably be suppressed. At that time, they will have already entered the central area. I don't know what will happen when they are suppressed, but I won't say it to scare the children. The gold God King grinned. No wonder. Xian stuck out her tongue. She almost couldn't wait to rush in. However, they won't have to wait for long. After a while, they will enter no matter how dangerous it is. Hearing this, the Fire God King sighed. Why? Xian was stunned. The eruption of the Purple Night Flame. Although there are only so many people here, but Haha, those old monsters must be watching this place. Speaking of this, the fire god king raised his head and looked at the empty void with a strange look. It was as if someone was watching there. Furthermore, based on the speed at which the purple night dark flame is spreading, it won't be long before news of it reaches us. When that happens, the emperor of the underworld, or even the god emperors who have sensed the strange undulations, will probably rush over like ducks. Jin Jinwang said faintly, "At that time the opportunity will be given to those stronger forces. The Serene Flame Pavilion has waited for the purple night flame for 60 eras. Do you think they will sit by and do nothing when others take it away?" Hearing this, Yu Xian stuck out her tongue. The purple night flame was much stronger than they had imagined. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she muttered in her heart, "The strength of a peak emperor god. No matter who subdues it, it will be a great help. If it's just the emperor of the underworld, it will be difficult to subdue it." However, this should be beyond the expectations of those people from the Serene Flame Pavilion. The people from the Serene Flame Pavilion had guarded the purple night flame for 60 eras. They must have known that there was a mutation in the purple night flame. However, they should have never thought that it would mutate to this extent. Otherwise, the pavilion master would not be just an emperor of the underworld expert, but an emperor god expert. However, they could only make the best of it and bite the bullet. If they waited any longer, the opportunity would probably change hands. Qi Yao, did the Qi clan send him out? Just as Yu Xian was thinking, Jin Jinwang suddenly turned his gaze to the other side and muttered. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian's eyes followed the direction he was looking at and looked over. She saw 3 men in gray robes standing at the other end of the sea of fire. That place was much more empty and was located in a corner. It was difficult to attract anyone's attention. The somewhat extraordinary decorations were somewhat familiar when they entered her eyes, causing her to recall that she had met the members of the Qi clan back when she was still in Star Spirit City. Luckily, they are only gods, so they shouldn't be able to sense the ripples. However, when they enter, they should be able to feel the terror of the divine flame. If the purple night flame doesn't seal the space and let them send the message back, the experts of the Qi family should be here in less than 2 hours, the Golden God King said softly. Only 2 hours. Hearing this announcement, Yu Xian could not help but frown. Suddenly, she thought of something and said softly, "Didn't the 9-God Temple send a message back to ask for reinforcements?" They did. However, most of the experts from the 9-God Temple have gone to travel or are in seclusion. Without the orders of the Great Elder or the Temple Master, no one can be called back. Even if they are called back, it will take a long time. The Light God Temple is too arrogant and cannot ask for reinforcements. The Temple Master and the others will not be able to appear. Hearing this, Jin Jinwang could not help but complain. His pounding of his chest and stamping his feet made Yu Xian speechless. He was so resentful. So, we're the 9-God Temple's strongest force. The beautiful woman patted her head and sighed. Heavens! Yu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could the famous transcendent power of the myriad god realm be like this? Her fantasy was completely shattered. She had thought that 9 deities' temple would take advantage of this opportunity and invite a 1,000,000-strong army to directly take over the purple night dark flame. Seeing her disappointed expression, the beautiful woman and the others smiled bitterly. They didn't want this to happen either. The experts of the 9 deities' temple seemed to have inherited the unrestrained nature of their primogeniture. Other than the temple master, the great elder, and a few others, they didn't even know when the others went missing. However, the other families will probably be absent. Other than the Qi family, most of them are in seclusion. Although there are signs of activity in the outside world, the scale is not large. Therefore, the purple night dark flame will not participate this time. Jin Jinwang said after looking around. Now, let's wait for the best time to enter the space and see if we can subdue the purple night dark flame. With the arrival of the purple night dark flame, Its aura seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Thunder God King sighed and crossed his arms. He raised his head and looked at the place where the waves were surging. Yu Xian's gaze wandered around. When she saw those experts, she would ask Yi Shi to tell her their strength. Most of them were divine realm experts. There were at least 200 to 300 of them. As for those above divine realm, there were dozens of them. It seemed like there was only her and Yu Yin, the 2 mortal realm experts. If it was not for Xianyin, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to touch this level of matter. Yu Xian's finger gently stroked the ring on her left hand. The uneasiness in her heart gradually calmed down. Every time she thought of this, she would feel that this world was very interesting. She also felt guilty and wanted to find her previous self. However, this matter was not so simple. Frighteningly high temperature, wave after wave of purple-colored energy ripples continuously spread out from the depths of the sea of flames. The pale purple-colored fire waves overlapped each other, and the frequency also became increasingly high. In the end, it was as though there was a 10,000 feet large wave that continuously slammed against the surface of the sea. As this purple-colored sea gradually turned berserk, the sound of rushing wind in the surroundings also became more and more frequent. More and more experts were attracted by this strange phenomenon. Therefore, in a short half an hour, the purple-colored sea of flames in the sky was densely packed with many figures. However, most of these figures stopped at a place extremely far away from the waves. Only those true experts dared to approach within a 10,000 feet radius of the waves, like Jin Jinwang and the rest. Among those figures that were rushing over, Yu Xian also saw some people who had enmity towards Yun Nuoxing. She could not help but rejoice that she did not come in person today. With the flow of time, when almost all those who had seen Yun Nuoxing had arrived, the sound of rushing wind was once again transmitted from the horizon. This rushing wind sound actually contained a little metallic stench. Some people even felt that the weapons hanging on their bodies were acting strangely. The sacred weapon divine hall is really late. Jin Jinwang and the rest slowly turned their gazes over when they sensed this unique ripple. Under their gazes, a ripple was emitted from the distant space. Soon after, 9 figures rushed out. With a gentle shake, they appeared in this place in front of everyone's eyes. They had already met the 8 people who had arrived and even fought with them. Only the leader appeared somewhat unfamiliar. He was wearing a black robe that had a faint metallic luster flowing over it. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and occasionally a sharp glint flashed across them. Jin Jinwang's gaze swept over King Shanluo. He was not surprised. When they had fought in Constellation City, he knew that King Shanluo was only an avatar that had borrowed the power of a divine weapon. After which, he turned his gaze towards the leader and could not help but frown. I was wondering why we were late. It turns out that you have sent reinforcements. What level of expert is this? Yu Xian could not help but sigh when she heard Jin Jinwang's tone and expression. It seemed that another batch of experts had arrived. It was really lively today. She wondered what level of expert they were. Underworld King Expert. Before Jin Jinwang could speak, he heard Yi Shi's indifferent voice. However, her voice became more and more solemn. There were too many variables that had appeared, and it was no longer within their control. This fight might be exceptionally difficult. It's okay. After all, we are not the ones who are fighting. The Serene Flame Pavilion should be the ones who are anxious. If anything goes wrong, I will find an opportunity to use the light element to snatch it and run away. Yu Xian said with a smile. A Underworld Emperor expert who specializes in speed can catch up with a half-baked light element like you. Yi Shi rolled her eyes at her. When one's strength reached the level of the Underworld Emperor, every part of their body had been transformed. They had already thrown away most of their mortal nature. Whether it was their body, soul, or spirit, they were all closer to divinity. They could no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled bitterly. She had underestimated the gods, according to the Golden God King. Even if one had a monstrous talent to cultivate to the level of a god, it would take at least 100,000 years, or even a few 100,000 years. Those were already old demons, although according to their own age they were still in their youth or even in their infancy. Old Yao, that bastard, why did he disappear? If he was still here, everything would be much easier. Even a person from the Light Temple would be fine. Jin Jinwang muttered and suddenly scolded in exasperation. The soles of his feet could not help but stomp on the void. This made everyone blush with shame. Even Yao Hua and Shui Go, who were in the spiritual world of the Water God King, could not help but be speechless when they saw this. Disappeared. Yu Xian glanced at him and sighed. It's just a small matter in the Light Temple. Don't bother with that old guy. He has been nagging about it for tens of thousands of years. The beautiful woman smiled and waved her hand. Yu Xian was tactful and did not pursue the matter. Since it was a matter in the Light Temple, it was not appropriate for her to pursue it. As more and more people arrived, the attention of the crowd, who had quietened down, returned to the distant space where the waves were surging. The waves were surging more ferociously, and the momentum was many times greater than before. In fact, the place where the waves were surging was much further away. The people from the Serene Flame Pavilion and Jin Shenwang had no choice but to retreat a little. The sea of fire under the moonlight was a little calmer in the distance. Looking down, one could even see the shadows of the two huge, round plates. Puff! This wait continued for about 3 hours. The surging waves also slowly became smaller from the previous 1,000 feet. In the end, it was only a few hundred feet. Vaguely, a strange sound could be heard. It seemed like someone was humming a song from the depths of the sea of fire. As the waves weakened, the pushing force of the sea also weakened a lot. The purple sea below gradually calmed down. When the waves shrunk to about 1,000 feet wide, the violent waves actually became a lot more docile. There were no longer any big waves, and they only gently pushed the sea of fire out. At the moment when the waves calmed down, all the experts suddenly opened their eyes. They could feel that the temperature of the world had increased by more than 1,000 times in an instant. The Fire God King also opened his eyes at this moment. A wisp of fire covered Yu Yin and Yu Xian as he said in a deep voice, "It's time." These words of his seemed to possess a kind of magical power. Rushing wind sounds were immediately emitted from the surrounding space the moment they were spat out. Numerous powerful figures rushed over from the distance with lightning-like speed. They directly charged into the depths of the sea of fire amidst numerous whistling sounds. Seeing this scene, Yu Xian also suddenly stood up. Her dazzling eyes flickered with excitement. The purple night flame. After more than a year, she was finally going to see it. Chapter 171. Yua. The temperature outside is already close to the temperature of the sun. Yi Shi's forbidden array, Fire God King's fire barrier, and the divine artifact's energy barrier, all 3 layers of protection. Yu Xian still felt unbearably hot. Large droplets of sweat rolled down her forehead, and the fire element in her body was even rioting because of the temperature here. Yu Yin was not much better off. Both of them were at the mortal stage, and the temperature here was enough to evaporate them in an instant. Not even a trace of them would be left. If even we can't take it, how much better can you 2 brats be? Fire God King turned his head, rolled his eyes, and said to Yu Xian and Yu Xian when he saw the figures swarming into the depths of the sea of fire. Jin Jinwang exhaled a mouthful of hot air. He felt a little thirsty, so he wiped his sweat and asked, "How about it? Are you going to give up?" Hearing this, Yu Xian was silent for a moment. She stared blankly ahead. People kept flying past her, and even the wind that hit her body was scorching hot. It was so hot that she felt uncomfortable. After a moment, She gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. Phew! Seeing her nod, Jin Wang and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. It was already very difficult for them to stay at the periphery of the Sea of Fire. If they went deeper, they did not know what would happen to them. Senior God King, if we go deeper, can you withstand it? Just as everyone was preparing to return home, Yu Xian suddenly asked, startling Jin Wang and the rest. Their hearts could not help but beat faster. Was this girl still going in? Looking at each other, Jin Wang nodded and said, We can withstand it, but only barely. If others attack us, we might not be able to withstand it. We are not in our best condition now. Hearing this, Yu Xian lightly nodded. She looked around and found that almost everyone had gone in. Only her group of people were still standing outside in a daze. Her face revealed a hint of a bitter smile. She was even a bit unhappy. Her brows wrinkled very ugly. In the end, she fiercely sighed. Everyone saw her face constantly changing, as if she was changing her face. They were all stunned. What was this girl trying to do? Sigh. I really can't bear to use it. If I use one, I'll have one less. I'll lose weight. Yu Xian fiercely clenched her teeth. Her right hand trembled as she caressed the silver-white ring on her left hand. With a thought, a white light flashed. Soon after, everyone saw a jade bottle appear in her hand. Along with it was a vast and boundless energy. A medicinal fragrance that was so rich that it could not be dispersed drifted across the world. It was accompanied by an ice-cold aura, causing Jin Wang and the rest to feel that the air was no longer as hot as it was when they took a whiff. Medicinal pills. Jin Wang and the others were startled, and their pupils shrank. What level of medicinal pill could make them feel intoxicated with just a whiff of its fragrance? Seeing the jade bottle, Yu Yin immediately understood. Among the people present, she was the only one who had seen Xian. That was an extremely mysterious and powerful existence to her. Little Xian was going to use the treasure that Xian had left for her. For the purple night dark flame, there's no other way. Bitterly smiling as she bit her lips, Yu Xian gently pulled out the lid of the jade bottle. Soon after, she tilted the bottle and an ice-blue medicinal pill slowly rolled out from the jade bottle. Roar! The medicinal pill was only the size of a thumb, and its surface was covered with 8 different colored patterns. When it rolled out, it floated a meter in front of Yu Xian. An astonishing medicinal fragrance spread across the sky, bringing with it an ice-cold aura. As it hovered in the sky, it actually caused the space to fluctuate. It condensed into various beast shapes, and all of them were roaring towards the sky. It was formed by aura, but there really was a roar coming from it. It also brought with it the unique pressure of the beast, causing everyone's legs to go soft. This is formed by spiritual qi. There's also life energy fluctuations. The beautiful woman cultivated the wood element and was extremely sensitive to the aura of life. As soon as this energy appeared, the wood element in her body began to boil. That vast life force made her suck in a breath of cold air. This elixir has life force. This sentence shocked everyone, including Yu Xian, who had taken out the medicinal pill. She also knew that there were some high-level medicinal pills that were formed by gathering spiritual qi and condensing life energy. They could become living beings, but those medicinal pills were unimaginably high-level. Yu Xian and Yu Yin were still fine, as they knew that Xian wasn't an ordinary person. However, when they heard the beautiful woman's shocked cry, their hearts couldn't help but beat violently. She had also taken the elixir that Yu Xian had used to save her, so she wasn't as shocked as the others. However, she was still shocked. In the outside world, the gods couldn't get their hands on this elixir even if they tried their best. However, the latter kept taking it out like it was beans, which made her a little numb. 8 colored pill veins and 8 elemental medicinal pill that can form life energy. What level is it? Jin Wang stared at the medicinal pill with his dead fish eyes. The energy that had condensed into the pill spirit was so heavy that it caused the space to distort. Those strange beasts were vivid and lifelike. There's also an energy seal. If it wasn't for this reason, I'm afraid that the energy fluctuations that had been released just now would have made those who rushed into the depths of the sea of fire to turn back and kill them. The water god king looked at the medicinal pill that was only the size of a thumb. It was emitting a vast amount of energy, but it was even more powerful than their peak state. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Buzz! Just when everyone was absent-minded because of the strange phenomenon in the sky, suddenly, those strange beasts that were condensed from the medicinal pill's aura dissipated into an aura that contained terrifying energy. After that, they condensed on the medicinal pill. A bone-chilling aura was emitted from it, and the space seemed to be frozen. Even the calm sea of fire below was completely calm like the surface of a lake. Hiss! The sudden change from an extremely hot state to a bone-chilling cold caused everyone to fiercely shiver. The temperature here was comparable to the temperature of the sun. Just a small medicinal pill that came out was able to melt the heat. The surging spiritual energy and life energy wriggled on the medicinal pill for a moment. After that, it slowly changed. Under everyone's astonished gaze, it turned into a palm-sized ice blue person. That vast amount of energy also disappeared in an instant. Although the energy had disappeared, the cold air had turned the space within 100 feet into an ice blue color. The small person only had a vague human shape. One could clearly see its facial features, but it was just a glowing object. From the long hair and the small outline of the human shape, it should be a girl. However, the medicinal pill didn't have a gender distinction. Around the small person, one could see a circle of black runes that formed a ring. It seemed to be the energy seal. After the small ice blue person transformed, it used its hands to rub its eyes, as if it had just woken up. Soon after, it looked at UXN, tilted its head, and stared straight at her. UXN also tilted her head. This medicinal pill had already transformed into a human shape, and it was filled with spirituality. If it wasn't for Xian Yin's energy seal, it would have already escaped, right? However, this human-shaped medicinal pill, how could it be eaten? The small person formed by the ice-cold medicinal pill blinked its eyes and looked at the others. It looked around and looked at Yu'in for a while longer. It opened its mouth and let out a long yawn before looking back at UXN. Soon after, it slowly floated up. However, unexpectedly, it didn't fly towards the ladder. Instead, it flew towards Yu'in. The sudden change stunned Yu'in. Just as she was about to retreat, UXN pulled her back. Mei Mao also flashed for a while and looked at UXN hesitantly. Seeing that UXN nodded, she nodded her head. Looking at the small person flying towards her, the small person stretched out an arm that was as thin as a match. A finger-like thing protruded from the small fist and gently pressed on Yu'in's head. Just as the finger pressed on her forehead, Yu'in felt an extremely cold aura enter her brain. It gave her a fright. Just as she was about to use her energy to resist, she felt that after the cold aura entered her body, it gradually became gentle, giving her a warm feeling. Buzz! Not long later, the little icy blue person released its finger. Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to see that there was an additional little blue dot on Yu'in's forehead. A strange icy aura hovered around her body, just like the Yuan power protecting her body. One could even feel that the aura circulating within her body was tainted with bits of icy cold intent. Yet it also carried the blazing sensation of fire element. This strange phenomenon of ice and fire circulating at the same time caused everyone to exclaim in admiration. This was the first time they had seen a medicinal pill of this grade. The heat in her body gradually disappeared until she could no longer feel the heat from the outside world. She only felt that her body was warm and had reached a comfortable equilibrium. Idiot, you let me use it. What are you going to do? However, Yu'in was unable to feel excited. How could such a precious medicinal pill be given to her just like that? Was this ice blue medicinal pill an idiot? She was not the one who had taken it out. Yuxian smiled bitterly and shook her head. That medicinal pill was chosen by itself. Could it be that it could not be forced? Its spirituality was so abundant that it had already given birth to its own intelligence. How it chose was its own problem. However, this sounded strange. If it was like this, then wouldn't those people who worked so hard to refine the medicinal pill still have to rely on fate to take the pills? She felt like she was being sucked in, but very quickly she knew that she was wrong, because she saw the little ice blue person open its mouth and let out a squeak. Then it slowly walked to Yuxian's chest and patted her chest with its tiny palm. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, it entered her heart. Yuxian opened her mouth and patted her chest with her palm. She looked in front of her with a strange expression. Then she closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into her body. She saw that the little ice blue person was standing in her heart beside the swirling zither. It stretched its body and then lay down. Lie down. Lie down. Yuxian was dumbfounded as she pointed at her chest and stammered. Just as she finished speaking, she saw a blue light flow out of her body. Then a thin blue energy barrier formed on the surface of her body. It was so thin that it was as thick as a piece of paper. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to see it. However, the light flowing on it did not seem to melt no matter how hot it was. Moreover, it was not just on the outside. Even the inside of her body was covered by this thin energy barrier. Yuxian's eyes were surprised as she looked at the energy barrier that had appeared on her body. She did not feel as hot as before. A thought passed through her mind, and she involuntarily smiled. She looked at the 3 layers of energy barrier 5 feet around her and carefully extended her hand. Careful! Seeing that she was about to touch the energy barrier, the beautiful woman jumped in fright and hurriedly pressed her hand down. However, just as her hand touched the barrier, she felt a cold aura from her palm. She cried out in surprise and quickly flung her hand away. Senior Divine King, I don't think there's a problem with me. Yuxian turned around and smiled. Soon after, under the nervous gazes of the crowd, she stepped out of the energy barrier. Immediately, waves of heat pounced over like hungry wolves and tigers that had seen a delicious meal. However, when the scorching aura came into contact with the thin energy barrier, the temperature dropped in an instant. It turned into a warm breeze that felt very comfortable as it brushed against her body. Yuxian could no longer feel the scorching wind blowing against her face. She couldn't help but smile sweetly and even twirl in the air. Her joyful appearance made everyone forget where they were for a moment. Seeing that she was not sweating at all while they were covered in sweat, Jin Jinwang could not help but laugh bitterly. Looking at Yuxian, his heart also felt a little hot. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. From the looks of it, her parents seemed to have left something for her. Of course, Jin Jinwang and the others did not know that it was not left behind by her parents. It was left behind by her younger sister,